Doop doop boop doo. Doobity doobity doo. Doobity doo. I got to create a little extra thing down here. Quite that. You, sir. So I'll need another ignore tier for this. Because there seem to be duplicates for some reason. I didn't create this list, but I don't think Fairy King Truesail's in this set. That was a promo card. Yeah, there's just random duplicates. It's so odd. I must say vigilant. What is a dupe and what is not? That might be it as far as duplicates go. But hopefully I didn't miss any. Yo, Playvon Karma, what's up? This is the skill drain set. It's right down here. Of course, we'll get to that. Yeah, why is Guardian Seal all the way up here? This one looks a little different because this one's like actually has the cards instead of just the artwork, like my the previous streams. But hey, I did what I could find on Tier Maker. Gonna create these on my own. Potentially in the future, I may have to do a little pre-preparation of rights before the stream, so to speak. But I believe that was all of the duplicates. I do have my set right here. Complete Dark Crisis. This one's kind of cool because it has, like a black band as opposed to my other ones, which have red bands. That is because I wanted like a blue color for Dark Crisis or like a dark blue color. And the only one from Dex Protection, which is like the binders I use for these, are I already use like blues, right? I use the light blue for LOB, and then there was like a dark blue for Legacy of Darkness. So I was like, well, crap, what do I do? I can't use black, can't use gray. I've already set all the colors. So they had this like slightly fancier one where it has like a black interior and a black strap. So I just went with that for Dark Crisis, so it fits. Yo, History Yugioh, what's up? Ready for some dank crisis? But I remember getting a lot of Dark Crisis sets, like packs when it came out. Uh, I got a lot of the Archfiend cards, except it would have been fun. Except the problem was I could never pull Pandemonium, which is like it's their field spell, right? Ties a lot of it together. I could never get Pandemonium. I remember getting a lot of the Dark Scorpion stuff, and that's probably where my love for Dark Scorpions began, I would say. Let's see. I do remember getting like a Zolga. I don't remember really getting many like good cards from this set per se. I definitely remember like Sasuke Samurai, and I'm sure I got some of like a lot of the Guardian stuff that seems like really familiar. So I was stuck in Sanctuary in the Sky. God, I didn't even have Sanctuary in the Sky. I couldn't get any field spells. But that Sanctuary, that would be Ancient Sanctuary. which we'll get to that in a couple weeks. Yo, Pretzel, what's up? It's a great name. Simple. I like it. Marin S tier, he dies. Yeah, I should have sinned harder. And you think that would be easy for me? I think I remember I'm pretty sure I had Ninkendog, which my dyslexia wants me to say Nintendo dog. Nintendogs. The Nintendog. Yeah, but I don't remember like too much terrible I got from this set because again, most of my actually for a while my dumb brain I thought Don Zalug was in this set because it's a set with all the other Dark Scorpions. So I recall as a kid getting a lot of these packs wanting to get a Donald Z, but I can never pull it, which in retrospect had a 0% chance. Let's fix this camera a little bit. Make it a little bit lower. Bada boom. Yo Lee, what's up? Legendary Dex too? Nice. That's the is that the Yugi one? Like it's like Yugi, Kaiba, Joey one. We got no likes on the stream yet. What's up with that? Come on, people. Yeah, I remember getting the first two legendary decks. I don't think I got the third one, which I believe had like the like the Norse. It was like Norse deck, a hero deck, and some like a Phantom Knight deck. I think didn't particularly interest me too terribly much. I had a friend get it though. Oh, did they reprint them recently or something? The struggle of us pre-internet kids. Yo, Mus, what's up? Yeah, tell me about it. I remember back in my day, we had a computer room with dial-up, and that's not a joke. You know, make sure Cyber Monkey is S tier. Was it Acrobat Monkey? Oh yeah, they have the names. It's kind of hard to see. Yeah, I hate the first page of Dark Crisis that I have because like look at these first four cards. It's Vampire Lord, which like okay, that's pretty sick. Then it's Battle Footballer, Ninkendog, and Acrobat Monkey. A bunch of just whatever vanillas. Like, what the heck is that? That's such a lame first page if you're like, hey, look at this set. It's Dark Crisis. Vampire Lord, Battle Footballer, Ninkendog, and Acrobat Monkey? Like, I feel like for the first five cards of a set, you really need some, like, really cool ass cards, right? You like a Vampire Lord, and then, I don't know, put a Dark Flare Knight or Gyakugiri Panda. He looks scary. Despair from the Dark. Something cool. Agido. I don't know. Something. Yeah, this is in the set order from 0 to whatever Judgment of Anubis is. 105. Which, by the way, update. I just finished my complete set for Invasion of Chaos. That includes the special edition cards, too, like the 4 special edition cards. And now I am working on Ancient Sanctuary. And that is the last of like the core sets I plan on collecting. Yeah, old set ordering was weird until Soul of the Duelist when they decided to actually make it consistent 1 through 60. But I don't even know how to decide on like the number of the cards. I mean, it definitely seems like high rarity bookends, but that's kind of about it. Using a chaos. Uh, I hate this emote. I can't read like that end of the like any comment that's like down there. Chaos. Isaac and Master Duel. Nice. I'm still working on some other sets though, which have been taking me a long time to work on. One of which is like a promos kind of set, which currently working on like TP2 Sans Morphine Jar 2. I don't think or Morphine Jar 1, excuse me. I don't think I actually be able to get the TP2 Morphing Jar and some like video game promos and like collectible tin stuff. But that one's kind of more in the background. I have been working on a long time on Legendary Collection Yugi's World, which is the largest set, and that one's taken me a long time to do. Um, there are a couple other sets. I definitely want to work on those and Ancient Sanctuary before I start anything else. But there are a couple other sets I would like to complete if I'm interested enough by that point. I think alt set ordering was done through repeated bong hits so you could slur some numbers out. Yeah, like it again, it doesn't really make much sense. I'm pretty sure they probably just put it in like a lottery machine. Honestly, like some cards are together in some sets, but others aren't, and it's really odd. I don't know why. Again, there doesn't seem to be much rhyme or reason aside from secret rare bookends. Yo, Lunar, what's up? Yeah, Yugi's World is really sick. I have like a giant binder for that. So like when I have like a fixed budget for Yu-Gi-Oh cards I give myself each month, and anytime I get some like free from like other things I'm getting, or if I'm like, okay, let me see if I can get these from like a seller, I'll look through like Yugi's World. That set's hard to collect like sporadically. Like there's a lot of cards, a lot of them cost money. A lot of people don't have certain ones, and a lot of the common ones like I already have. But there's just so much cards in the set, right? It's like over 300. Yeah, Joey's and Kaiba's World were both really cool. At the moment I don't plan to collect for them just because Yugi's such a daunting process. And I'm mainly doing Yugi because I like the nostalgia of it. Plus, it's like the largest set, so that's kind of a cool thing to be like, hey, this is my interesting thing for the set. But I wouldn't mind like eventually. I mean, if I keep collecting, right? I gotta have like a stopping point, right? Otherwise, I'm just collecting forever. Originally, I was gonna do all of the DM era sets, but I decided to stop at the secret rare era prior to the ultimate rare era. Though I wouldn't mind collecting that just sans ultimate rare for Soul Duels through Flaming Eternity, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Definitely after Ancient Sanctuary, though, I think my main focus will be on Yugi's World. Yugi's World and the like early promo stuff. Yeah, I have the Pyramid of Light pack. I have that. So in my like promo pack thing, I do have complete TP1, both McDonald's pack, like the DM and the GX one, and yeah, the movie pack, the exclusive pack. I think that's it for the moment. Even though the card itself was nerfed, it was nice to finally got Civil War Calcus and Yugi's World. Yeah, that was like really sick. A lot of people were really super excited about that. And I don't remember if it's next week's video or the one for next month. But I do briefly talk about a kind of a spicy Orichalcos deck. Or like show one off that was in a like a random regional. In which you can watch next week's video early on my Patreon right now. McDonald's pack reminded me of a time when Aqua Dragon found a way to be optimal. If it's unrivaled 10E target, real upset. That's great. Aqua Dragon was actually pretty decent in the OCG with like magical scientist around because it was one of the highest attacks for a magical scientist target that they had. Like it was that and like Crimson Sunbird, like something else. Which, by the way, OCG Series 4 video is done. That's going to be my history entry for June. Very excited for that. It's going to be a really cool video. Also, it's raining. It's been kind of like on-off rain today. Well, actually, this whole week has been like non-stop raining, really. Yeah. Aqua Dragon was actually met in the OCG. Pacifist stun like a fool. I mean, it's a really cool card. It's like the artwork of it, a big blue dragon. I mean, how can you hate that? And it's cool that they made that, a card like that is managed to be used in some capacity, even if it's degenerate ways. At least as a card that can be used in the game. Oh yeah, no, its materials are awful, or absolutely terrible. Like as a card, it's terrible. It's only good because of other cards. But again, the fact that it can be used in some capacity, I at least appreciate that. I think we can safely say skill drain is S tier. Feel awful because it means I have something already remotely connected to Zone Eater in my deck. Hey, Zone Eater is kind of fun. It's like Zone Eater from Final Fantasy VI. If you ever play that game. Yeah, skill drain. Were there any other? Were there any cards on this set that was? Oh, Butterfly Dagger Elma. You can go up there too. OTK enabler much? Oh, Terra's theme. FF6. FF6 is crazy. Like it's a game that's everyone says it's like one of the best games. It's beloved, but in that same regard, it never feels like it quite gets the recognition it deserves either. I think that's partially due because of FF7 is such a global phenomenon. Makes sense. DD War Lady is pretty nutty too. I think she deserves S tier. Yeah, with geometry, there's definitely some that would be definitely higher up. Again, as per these lists tend to go, this isn't based off of speed duels or the OCG, just TCG, and just keeping in mind like the cards in general. So this could include like certain periods of time, longevity, if it was banned or not. There's a lot of factors that go in, so it's not just like a simple kind of thing. Why not just errata Elma to return in the end phase? They could have gave Elma like a Sinister Serpent like effect, but I feel like that's kind of a weird thing. Also, I'm on the mindset that I'd rather not errata cards. Um, I think some card like if it's fine if you just leave it on the ban list, honestly, because I think we're seeing how Speed Duels is sort of abusing that ideology of changing card effects, and I don't like it. But they could certainly make it have like a once per duel, or this card can only be used like 3 times in a duel, or something, or Konami Konami could even put out like a rule sheet kind of thing, being like, hey, this card you can only use, like if you have an infinite loop, you can only use that infinite loop like 3 times type of deal. I think that's a reasonable thing. That's just me. I just recently got into Pixel Remaster. Looking forward to playing through FF5 and 6 for the first time. Yeah, those like recent remasters look really good, especially compared to the old ones. Um, I am sad that they were working on those like 3D remakes for a while. Those like 3D-ish remakes, and they kind of stopped. I think when they got to like 5 or 6, and it's like, come on, if you just did 6, that would have been so sick. Because one has to wonder too, like what what does Square do once they're done FF7 Part 3? Like what's after that? Because I would certainly love for some 6 love. Matter Transporter for being mentioned in stupid judge exams. Transporter's pretty underrated. Not gonna lie. Yeah, if this was the OCG, there'd be some discrepancies in this. As you know, I was recently doing a lot of Series 4 research. Tsukiyomi's really good. Drag Down's really good. I definitely think the aesthetic of Dark Crisis because I feel like it does fit the naming convention, right? Like you look at this just wall of cars and it does give off a more dark thing. I think a lot of it has to do with the Archfiends, Vampire Lord, the original Ishizu fairies. Their car be banned, then for them to change the effect. Yeah, like I think it would be cool if maybe if, even if they had like a marking on the card signifying that this effect has been changed in them before, like not just like a like a linguistics change, but this is like this is a hard difference from before. Because like when they reprint Metal Raiders, right? We don't get the original effect of Sangan or Witch. It's the new effect, which I feel like kind of harms the historical accuracy of re-releases like that. Because one thing that really pissed me off recently, and I just found this, I think even as recent as yesterday, which by the way, we're only at 2 likes. We can at least get to 5 likes, I'm sure. Um, is that speed duels? They do that a lot, primarily for skill cards. Like they change skill cards a ton, and it's really annoying because you have to wait for like a reprint of one. You have to know which ones, and these are like all the time too. So it's not like one card once in a blue moon. Like this is like a lot more than like banning or limiting cards. You'll just apparently there was like a fan vote a long time ago, and somehow errata's won. But that makes cards like annoying to collect, annoying to remember. It really neuters cards really hard in a way that you can't unneuter them once they're neutered. You know what I mean? Like they could, but they so far have never done that. And they recently hit, I believe it was the skill cards Battle City Siren and Heart of a Hero. And I really like Heart of a Hero. That's the one where you discard a card and then you special summon like a weak vanilla fusion monster, right? It's how you summon Guiltia and Flame Swordsman, and they changed it to where you can only use it twice per duel. It's like why? I'm pretty sure it's just because of like dandelion stuff, but if that was the issue, then why didn't they just limit dandelion from the start or something? Well, that's because they're pushing product, but then why completely neuter card that's still being sold in stores? It's really stupid. I really love the deck, and it's dumb that like what's the point of playing the deck now if you can only use twice per duel, right? Yeah, and I feel like the majority of people would prefer cards to be unchanged. Like, yeah, there are some cards that would probably never come off the ban list unless they're rotted. We've seen stuff like, probably maybe Sangan, uh, Chaos Emperor Dragon had to get in errata. Future Fusion had to. Maybe at some point we'll see Painful Choice, but then it kind of takes away like the whole impact of the card, right? More times than not, they're unplayable, right? Chaos Emperor Dragons only played as just an extender in those like Dragon Link decks, or like Sangan sometimes, right? You'll see him in like an Altergeist thing or some Burning Abyss or or something like that. But then we have other cards like Yatagrassi, right? Right? You just wait long enough where it becomes outclassed. It gets power crept, and then you just this is what the list is for, right? You bring it, you can ban it, then bring it to 1, bring it to 2, and then make it unlimited, right? Right. They have this checks and balances. That's essentially what the semi limiting is for, really. Hey, KR, what's up? Life is short. Well, hey, 420 is not for another couple weeks. Also, I want to blaze it on stream because my throat gets very dry, and it gets dry enough just talking for like 2 to 4 hours. Traditional format's insanely fun. I haven't played traditional format, but I'm definitely scared to. I prefer there to be a ban list personally. I think it does a lot of good for the game, but it does feel like Konami, and this is kind of since the beginning, really doesn't really know what they're doing with it themselves. Feels so wrong playing Trad without this elite. Oh, we're talking about advanced. Which is the one where like every card's limited? The one where every card's limited, I wouldn't want to particularly play. I feel like Vampire Lore has always been one of those cards that's been like severely overhyped, even from inception. Hiroshi's will reign as traditional for the rest of the time. I don't think so. I think everything will be power crept. For a long time, people thought that like you kind of mentioned, Dragon Ruler, unlimited format. Yeah, like a lot of people for the longest time they thought that Dragon Rulers were going to be like forever powerful. When they bring those back and they're like, oh no, they're severely power crept. Yeah, traditional format does not have forbidden lists having only limited, semi-limiting cards. All forbidden cards. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think this is what we're talking about. Yeah, traditional format. Hmm. Before CD got eroded, it was like pretty all right pick and trad format. I mean, I could imagine because it's again it's hard for cards because when you have cards that are historically like S tier cards and you just give enough time, it's kind of hard to gauge it. Like Yatagarasu has his own fair share of drawbacks, being a spirit monster and can't be special summon and stuff like that. Whereas CED does synergize with more, and it is more of a power card than Yatagarasu is. But it's hard to tell. And again, we've seen its use in Dragon Link. Excuse me, in Dragon Link is more for just a special summonable monster that's an extender. Hmm. I think Drag Down is B. I think it's used in like Dark Worlds, and I think it's been used in Exodia decks. I think it's pretty solid. I do think Tsukiyomi's S tier though, or A tier. Excuse me. Yeah, library FTKs. Yeah, Dragdown has its fair share of uses. It is a bit specific, but it's certainly good. Sook was banned. You sure about that, Chief? It was banned. Whoa, you're right. Banned from September '06 to March 2012. Wow. How about that? Interesting. Yeah, yeah. Look at this. This is a real thing. Also, I realize that this is like not centered whatsoever. There we go. It's hard for me to keep track of like what's normal. Tsukiyomi was banned just in time to be completely irrelevant in the face of meta at the time. I mean, what was it? It got limited in September 2012. I yeah, and that yeah, you don't really see it in September 2012. In fact, September 2012, I'm talking about that next week in video. Be uploaded on Sunday, but you can watch it right now on my Patreon for as little as $2 a month. He ain't doing anything in Edison. Yeah, hard, it's hard to tell in some formats, but yeah, there's definitely a hard drop off point for spirit monsters for sure, especially as like the speed of the game inherently increases. I'm curious about DD. Was DD War Lady ever banned? It was not, but that card's still bonkers. Some other cards I would like to check out, see if they were banned for my memory. Nope. Do 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 do. I think that's it. Skill Drain is currently at 1, but I know that card's been banned. No, actually, Skill Drain's never been banned. That feels kind of surprising, actually. And it's currently unlimited. That card's going to get hit, though. It's limited for like the longest time. I can see it getting hit, though. Acrobat Monkey, Monkey Cheese. Sorry, but you a monkey, a monkey. Let's see here. Some of these cards is a little hard to gauge because there's definitely like a lot of cards that like they're okay. I guess that's kind of what C tier is for. But some of them are a little hard to gauge on like how okay they are. Like they're slightly above average, or because I see like Terror King Archfiend as like a C tier. Like if I had to pick a card that's a C tier, I think I would pick Terror King to like define that. Right, like Archfiends aren't particularly good, but he's one of the better ones. It's like Reflect Bounder. Like, what do we do with Reflect Bound? Like, is he a B tier or is it C tier? Like, Reflect was on the list at one point, but it was also kind of like a weird one. I'm leaning towards B. I feel like he's better than a lot of the other cards. And, he's a light, and I think Archfiend Soldier kind of goes up there too, like a similar vibe for the card. But what would we kind of classify as like an A tier? That feels almost trickier. Ojama Trio. That's an A tier card. Right, just burn decks. Burn decks love this card. Doctors hate this card. Solid A. I think there are three A's right there. Also, weird thing is that this only had Ojama Green, and you had to wait till the next set before you got the other two. Mystic Mind Enabler. Yeah, there you go. It's like I wonder what, because I kind of get them being like, all right, this set has one, and next set will have the other one, but they gave two in the one set, so they just gave up right away. So they either should have just put them all in this set, or had Ancient Sanctuary have like Ojama Yellow, and IOC have Ojama Black or something. But I guess by the time IOC came around, they had Delta Hurricane. But we wouldn't even get Ojama King until Soul the Duelist anyway, so like you still had to wait some sets before we got to their fusion. Doesn't make much sense to me. Obama. You ever see that video where it's just Trump going, Obama? It's like on YouTube. You can look it up. It's pretty hilarious. Kotetsu is really good. I feel like Kotetsu's a B tier, though. I don't know if he's an A tier. Soda. I could be convinced Kotetsu is an A tier because he can search any equip spell, but this definitely seems like a card that should have came out a year earlier. Like if this was in like Pharaoh's Servant, probably would see more play. Because this card, like you saw him like once in a while, um, during a period in Goat, but he kind of just dropped off the face of the earth. Like once in a blue moon, someone would be like, "Hey, remember this card? He can search out Prima. He can search out Snatch Seal. Isn't that cool?" Or like Unite We Stand and Mage Power. But that's usually about it when it comes to that, and it kind of only goes downhill from there. Like he's cool. He's really cool if you want to play an equip strategy, but he's also a fire type, which is already rough. Around the like goat time. At this point, like, yeah, you could play him because you don't necessarily need all that synergy, but decks are kind of already moving in different directions, right? Guardians are terrible on arrival. Like he's good for like Elma. Like there's like Elma, like all the Elma decks, but like that gets hit fairly quickly, you know. I don't know. I feel like Snatch I still see in like mostly every build. I feel like it's just too good of a card not to run, but maybe I'm wrong. You don't see it much. I'll have to keep an eye out next time JDZ posts some tournament results. Which, by the way, if you're interested in Goat format, AJT BLS, he's uploading his videos on his $1,500 uh, series of matches he played with the Nano a couple months back. Like really exciting stuff. I'm actually editing those for him, so I would recommend checking those out. Yeah, it doesn't work on face downs, but I mean, there's a lot of monsters that are played face up. Like especially if you're playing against chaos monsters, right? Snatch, Steal, BLS, banish itself, use it to attack. Literally steal games. You can use Snatch Steal on Gravekeeper Spy, like a face up, and then use Tsukiyomi or Book of Moon. You can, or any monster really to reset it. I mean, yeah, it's not always active, but I mean, there are a lot of cards that aren't always active, right? Like you do see people cutting cards like Premature Burial or MST, but I don't know. It depends. Vampire Lord. Vampire Lord. Part of me wants to put him in A. I really feel like he's just kind of highly overrated. I feel like at the time he was definitely alluring for a lot of reasons, but I also kind of feel like he never really makes that much of an impact, right? I could be convinced otherwise on this. I mean, yeah, he was played historically. So was Reflect Bounder. I don't see Vampire Lord higher than B, especially in TCG. He was released a bit too late to be really good. I mean, people played him because he came out, but I don't know if it had any like major effect on like the metagame and like really changing much of the status quo per se. Because like, yeah, he can come back from stuff, but I mean, compared to like Jinzo or hell, Summon Skull, I feel like Hot Death takes care of a lot of things too. But also Konami would like hit stuff just to kind of hit stuff. Like he was only limited for 3 formats before he was eventually just kind of. I think they kind of realized. I think they realized like it was a lot more hype. Like I think it's just a lot more hot air personally. I mean, yeah, if it was the OCG, I mean, some of these cards would be, like Monet would be much higher. Yeah, like this is specifically like the TCG. It's hard for me just to like justify Vampire Lord as like a card that there's always just better cards to play. Like I'm like it's not a bad card. I'm not suggesting that, but it's definitely lacking in certain ways. Especially like after this set. Is it this was a little bit of an unfortunate timing for a set to be right before Invasion of Chaos, and it's not like Vampire Lord, you know, like the best way to get him out is with a zombie deck, but it's not like that really meant too terribly much. Even as like a one tribute monster, like he's annoying to get rid of, but he's not impossible to beat over. Yeah, like it's cool you can snipe a card out of the deck, but right, like your opponent, even if you get to pick which type of card, they still get the choice of what to send. It's from the deck, so it's not like it's from their hand or their field. And hell, they could just send a card that they don't want. They could send a card that like could possibly benefit them. It could thin their deck out to get better draws. I don't know. like painful choice is broken. You're basically giving your opponent like a free painful choice in a way. Yeah, you can declare traps, but as if you're the other player, you're not going to use traps on Vampire Lord anyway to take care of it. And more times than not, you're going to be calling a back row card. Cause like what's like Mirror Force or Torrential gonna do against this guy? It's like okay, whatever. I lose Torrential. I don't know. It's again, like I'm not saying he's a bad card or anything. I just it's hard for me to see him as like an A tier card. Like it feels like he has like the same kind of utility as like these cards, right? Where you can use them in decks. They can be good. Yeah, like he definitely can be a problematic card depending on the game state. I could see why people would be scared of him, especially like on release. But that said, he definitely has some issues. He's definitely an interesting case of a card. I'll say that. There's definitely some other cards I'm looking at. I'm just like, are these? Where do I place some of these? It was like that with I feel like Magician's Force too. Like Chick the Yellow's interesting because it was mainly he's mainly hit because of like the Makiora and like Elma stuff. But we didn't even get Makiora for another like 2 years. But like he was basically hit before we got the problem. I feel like C tier is probably good for a Chick. Chick is a C. We had Elma. When was DB1? October 2004. Is that when we got Makiora? We did. Interesting. Wow, I don't know why I was thinking it was like. Am I thinking of like. Am I getting confused with like Exchange of the Spirit? Like one of the cards that was like on the list like before it came out? Or am I thinking of something else? Nevertheless. Yeah, we want to get Temple of Kings till structure deck Merrick. Yeah, there are a couple cards that were on the list before they came out, and I suppose it makes sense. I think Chick's fine at a C. Monet, OCG would be a lot higher. TCG, honestly, I still think she's a B tier. Okay, hear me out. I know Dark Scorpions are trash, but like as far as like Dark Scorpion monsters go, she's great, right? She's got a big booty, that 1800 defense, and she can search or recur any like Dark Scorpion monster, right? Aside from Don's Luke, which is like as a card at this time, like is pretty crazy. Yeah, you can search herself too, like anything that's not Don's Luke. And like just as card design goes, she's essentially just like a Rhoda, which is ahead of its time, really. Yeah, she can use a crush card when it comes out, which is more prevalent in the OCG than when we actually do get crush card in was it 2007, 2006. Oh yeah, with the Christopher Walken Don Zalug, the one and only Don Zalug. Yeah, if this is the OCG. She'd be A tier for sure, no doubt about that. And you got to say it every time you summon Don Zalug too. The one and only Don Zalug. I had this watch up my ass for 20 years. Dark Crisis has cards that are strong but never saw full potential in TCG. That is an incredibly accurate statement. It's an unfortunate time for a set to be right. It is like the what was before Phantom Darkness. Was it Gladiator's Assault? Like a lot of ideally strong cards, but as soon as IOC came out, it is just you know throw this old dog and take him to the backyard. Skull Arch fan of Lightning, what? Different Dimension Gate? Nah, 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 nah. Because as I said, I really dig Dark Crisis. I think I might have had it in my top five favorite set lists. I think it was like number five, but it was also because I was having trouble on like picking a fifth one. I don't know if it's still beyond there, but I really dig the set aesthetically. Final countdown should go to A. Yes. Hmm. Hmm. It's the final countdown. Oh shit, it's Brian Danielson. Oh, final countdown. Final countdown. It went too far too quick. Yeah, but that's not necessarily like. Well, keep in mind that the way the OCG works is that they got split sets compared to like what we did essentially, right? Like our sets were two combined sets. So they got things a little bit slower than how we got them. They had to essentially speed it up for the TCG, so to speak, up until Solo Duelist came out, where everything was unified by that point. So that's something to keep in mind. Raigeki was in the first set that should have come out till like 2020. I don't know because like with Raigeki, right? Like I think a lot of the charm of like the early cards were that it was very simple effects, right? This destroys the monsters, this draws cards, this revives a monster, right? It's very basic card game stuff, which makes sense for early in the game. As opposed to 2020 when you got a lot more complicated stuff, a lot more intricacy in the card design. Um, in which where we do have Raigeki Unlimited now, the decks you typically see that play it usually have them at max 3 copies just to have this super oppressive kind of deck. But it's very rare you see that, especially like in a meta sense. Especially when a card like Lightning Storm or Evenly Match exists. Um, and also that's just the way the OCG worked originally because that's all they could really fit on the cards for like the first series, right? Like the series 2 added a little bit more room, series 3 added more room. And then by the time you got to problem solving card text, like the floodgates were open. TCGs just have a problem with early life balance. Yeah, yeah, just because they have to like work out the kinks, especially earlier TCGs like Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, and Magic. Yeah, I mean a lot of games. I mean with just like the card pool itself. Um, I mean in terms of like the first list, which wasn't that much longer after Yu-Gi-Oh came out. I think with like the starter decks, that was a perfectly fine meta. Even if everyone didn't have like a Raigeki, most people had access to Dark Hole. Even if they didn't have access to Pot of Greed, they had Change of Heart, right? Like depending on like the decks they had. Even like Pokemon, I mean, still had like Haymaker and Rain Dance decks and stuff like that early on, which were comparable. You had the um more of like the Stally was Chansey and like I think Chansey might have been Fossil. Um or like the Alakazam, like Mewtwo, like swap deck, like that kind of stuff. I don't remember off the top of my head if that was like base or if that was like base Fossil or like base jungle or something like that. But yeah, you still had like yeah, there were rough patches. I mean, but it's also this is also in hindsight too, right? It's also keep in mind that the thought process and people's perspective but back in the day. Context is everything. Where does Dark Flare Knight go? Scientist OTK was a thing, and Dark Flare Knight was a great card for that and that alone. And also, people put that in their side deck as memes as well. I don't know jack crap about Magic, so I can't comment on Magic. But yeah, Magic was like the granddaddy of it all, and had more leniency when it comes to figuring things out. Great card for killing 5-headed dragon too. Well, yeah, got Mirage Knight right there. Though we have to wait a bit before we got 5-headed dragon in the TCG. I kind of want to put Dark Flare in C. Um, because again, he's really good in regards to magical scientist, but that's really about it, right? Like once magical scientist ceases to be, this card also ceases to be, and that was kind of his only function was for the catapult turtle stuff. So I think C is fair for Dark Flare Knight. I feel like we need to add some more like A tier cards. Like it can't just be. It might just be a geometry. Like I don't know. Maybe this is just how the set is. Like there are a lot of we saw plenty of other good cards to go over, but I do question if that is the only A tier card. Like spell reproduction's good. It's really good. Um, Yeah. I don't know if spell reproduction is A tier. Is is the thing. Yeah, well that's the OCG with magical stone excavation. Like you still have spell reproduction used for a bit in certain decks. But we wouldn't get magical stone until like 2007. You still had all like the library OTKs and stuff. And also I believe it was also used in Diamond Dude Turbo and like DDP stuff. You think Zork is A tier? I don't know. I think he does have. He's definitely one of the better ritual monsters. Like in regards to rituals, he's no relinquish, but he's definitely more than like Shinado or the previous stuff. Are talking A for Zork or A for spell reproduction? Spell. I almost want to put in A just because I feel a little guilty that we only have like the one card. Because I think the question is like, is spell reproduction more essential like in the deck set it's in? That is something to consider. Oh lordy, it is windy and rainy. It's not even like that dark out. Tell you, weather's been crazy. Yeah, I'll put it in A. I don't want to leave it with Drama Trio by itself. It feels a little scummy. Zork, I think I could settle. I think I could do B for Zork. I think as far as ritual monsters go, he's certainly one of the better ones. And in regards to like history of rituals, that means a lot, right? We get like Relinquished, and then Zork, and then like Demise is a playable deck in like 2007. Like that's really about it. So as far as like the DM era decks go, like if you want to play a ritual card, this is like your only other second option unless you're playing memes. Oh, Sakuretsu armor. Where the Sakuretsu armor? Sakuretsu armor. Sakuretsu. Am I blind? Yeah, Paladin of White Dragon sometimes gets used. I'll admit to that. Okay, what the heck? It's a good thing I have like a giant folder of like a lot of the cards. Because remember, when I make my history series, I download all the cards individually. I think there are some cards that aren't on here. I don't think Contract of the Abyss is on here. I need to add that. I need to add Saku. Oh, there's a lot of cards around here. I don't think is Sasuke Samurai on here. I don't think so. Boom. There we go. Saku's A tier. Yeah, I'm not gonna question that. I didn't make this list. I didn't make the list. Oh, this also has. I just found this. Like, this is why there's like all these like extra crap ones here. Like, I legit just like went on Tier Maker and found this. Was Sasuke Samurai 3 also in this set? No, he was IOC. So it's not my fault. I'm playing with the tools that were given to me. I do like Sasuke number 2 though. Yeah, the first one was Pharaonic Guardian, which is another kind of a weird thing, right? I guess that's just how maybe it's like an OCG thing. Really, Eternal Rest has. I'm gonna put that in C because it has seen some like side deck usage, because like injectors and stuff. So like technically speaking, it is like a anti-meta card. Well, Drama Yellow and Black, they're an IOC. I think I was talking about this a little bit earlier. That this set only got green for some reason. Well, IOC got the other two, which is further weirder because like they get Ojama Delta Hurricane, which is cool in IOC, but then we would have to wait till SOD before we got Ojama King, and then like I don't remember when like Ojama Muscle came out, but Ojama Muscle. Yeah, Ojama Muscle was Elemental Energy, so yeah, we Ojama has like a really weird history of like releases for a deck. Like you have to wait a long time for that. Still don't have Lime. I made a video like a long time ago in like the early stages of my Yu-Gi-Oh career about Ojama Lime. We got Ojama Pink a couple years ago though. I mean that's cool. Green should be B or C. Were Ojamas ever meta relevant? I mean, I guess he's still using Ojamas. I definitely remember having an Ojama deck back in like the GX era. Yeah, I suppose longevity reasons is fair enough. Yeah, I'm thinking C. It technically doesn't really do anything by itself. It just kind of is a card that it works with the other cards. Unless you count the trio. Well, that's a little bit of a different beast. Because the dramas themselves don't, which is kind of funny when you think about it, right? Like the dramas themselves don't do a burn strategy, right? It's more like lockdown, beatdown-ish kind of capabilities, depending on your build, whether you want to do like Ojama King and like ground claps or like the later Ojama countries, or even kind of later like Armed Dragon stuff. I think is kind of more of the popular builds, like Ojama Armed Dragon decks. See, Arsenal Summoner is I, he's solid, but I don't think he's any more than that. Probably. Mephisto the Infernal General. I feel like he might be B or C. I need a refresher on his effect. Wherever he is. So he does piercing damage. When he does inflict damage, random card. 5 stars, which is unfortunate, but 1817 is okay. Seth, he's essentially alternate dark version of Air Knight. I had a friend that had an Ojama deck that ran Obelisk the Tormentor. Hey, there you go. That's fun. I've always dug the Ojama deck. I've always been like a fan of the Ojama strategy. Like all the way back to like when it was a deck in GX, right? When you had like Ojama Muscle and stuff. I can't tell you what my deck was from back then, but I definitely had one. I think Memphis is C. His stats are slightly lacking when compared to Air Knight. I think otherwise, I think honestly, I think he'd be a lot more playable if his stat was 19. But I also think that Air Knight having the draw one is a little more useful. Morale Boost had like a thing with it, right? Like a what was it? I definitely remember Morale Boost had a thing, but I can't remember what it was. Was it like a loop or something? Yeah, Elma, that's what it was. You shine. Okay, so you equip Elma, gain 1,000 life points. So just infinite life point thing plus Elma. Elma is this may be a controversial opinion. It's kind of a stupid card. And then when it's destroyed, inflict 1,000 damage. What the hell is this? I mean, it's all because of Elmo though. Like I wouldn't say it's like a lot of these cards are like Chick and stuff, like they're good because of like their own card, right? Elma is just the lightning rod of just stupid strategies. Oh my god. Elma might be one of the most degenerate cards like ever printed. Because I think honestly, like otherwise Morale Boost is kind of like a D. I can't I don't want to give it an F because of like Elma, but I don't think like by itself it's worth anything more than like I wouldn't say it's like a C tier card, right? It's only viable because of Elma. So that's yeah, and like there were better Elma decks, but there's also like a bunch of Elma decks too. Yeah, like the Gearfried, Archfiend of Gilfer. Um, you had the like magical marionette stuff, the Exodia thing, Fire Prince. Like all the decks is one stupid spell card like allowed to exist. It's ridiculous. I mean, Gilfer is also stupid too in some ways. I mean, forget about infinite life points. I mean, you're also just dealing damage. What's that equip card that morale boost has? By the way, that's a piece of trivia. I can't remember. I don't know. Uh, okay. Wicked Flamberge Bow. That does not look like that card. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Well, okay. Looking at it closely, it looks a lot. I guess it's the perspective. I don't know. It looks weird. I guess it is, but uh, that's a little scuff. See, interdimensional matter transporter. That's another like really card. Like, that's a card I find fascinating. I I'm leaning towards B because it is like just like a simple effect, and you can actually like do stuff with it theoretically. It reminds me of something kind of like like a Kotetsu or a Reflect Bounder, but it technically does nothing. It allows you to like dodge stuff, but I don't know. I don't that's kind of a tough one for that card, I think. I'm leaning towards B, but it just feels like a card that like it seems really cool, but I feel like when people actually test it out, it's kind of like underwhelming. Like not in a way that some other cards have like seen play. Like it definitely has its uses. Elemental Hero Ocean. I'm I'm gonna put it in B. I think just like design wise, it's like solid. Just for being like a basic effect that isn't like it's not designed to be bad. Yeah, like well, that's kind of the whole thing. It's more for you to keep your stuff protected, and the fact that you can banish it, which protects it from like a plethora of things, I think is really cool. I'm gonna save Necros for last. I think. Yeah, then it comes back. If replay didn't exist, it would be better. You can also theoretically use it on Sacred Crane. Beast King Barbaros, Fusilier Dragon. Can use it on that too. Let's see, Pandemonium. I think Pandemonium's C tier as like a card that you can, it's just you need it to like run stuff basically. I could potentially see an argument for B tier. I just don't think Archfiends are ever like that good. Right? Like you don't necessarily need to run it in an Archfiend deck per se. It can search monsters. Oh, is Gyakugiri Panda on here? He is. Pandemonium is the first uh, one-sided field spell. Let me just read the effect of Pando. Wherever the bloody hell it is. There it is. The card I can never get as a kid. Neither player has to pay life points or standby phase for archery monsters. Each time the player archery monsters in the graveyard, you can select an archfiend like with fewer levels and add it to the hand. I mean, it's definitely a bit more modernized, right? It's more along the side of like continuous spell kind of Necro Valley type of thing. But it's also just like it's not something that you necessarily need in an Archfiend deck, right? Like, yeah, it's nice that you don't have to pay life points. It's nice that you can add stuff back, but if you need to cut it for like better cards, you can cut it for better cards. I think that's kind of the crux of the issue with it. Because not like you're like summoning stuff from it. That's that's my current logic. A lot of the Archfiend cards say if Pandemonium is on the field. Mm, not the ones I'm reading. The Dark Crisis cards. I know you need to summon like Mizera Deville, but I don't think you need to use any of the any of these Archfiend's effects. Like not even like falling down. You don't need it for falling down. You don't need it for checkmate. You don't need it for Archfiend's Oath. Don't need it for Battle Scar. You don't need it for Archfiend's Roar. Yeah, I don't think that's true. At least for like Dark Crisis. Falling down though, I think falling down is a B tier. I think that card's pretty nutty. Right, having Archfiend is essentially just a snatch steal. Which yeah, like having something like Pandemonium does help clear the costs, but I mean it's essentially just a snatch steal for the archetype. And I think that's really really cool. Yeah, but like as long as you're controlling an Archfiend, which I mean yeah, like it's a downside, but if it didn't have that downside, then it why does I guess why does the card exist at all in that regard since we already have Snatch Steal? And that's being more of like devil's advocate kind of thing, right? Like it could have a better effect or some sort of secondary clause or something. But if the only thing you need to have an archer, like yeah, it does have its downsides, but if you can get it off, it's really cool. So Gyaku Girei Panda is Gyaku A tier? We want to play in Black Skull Dragon Turbo deck. Hey, there you go. Archfiends. I think Final Attack Orders. I think that's B tier too. I think it's along the same lines as Matter Transporter. Let's see here. Battle Footballer. Battle Footballer DRF. He has really high defense. He's a fire machine with 4 stars. Very high defense, actually. Ooh, baby. I think Guardian Trice is F tier. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Some of these cars are just like, what do you want me to do? The Guardians are just like really bad in general, though. That's the problem. Like, I don't think Guardians are tricky, right? There's some requirements are just so terrible with the whole equip card thing. Like, it should have been like reveal in your hand the equip card to like, this card can only be normal summoned or special summoned if you reveal you have equip in hand. Because they're all just like right? They're all just so hard to get out. All of them. I kind of want to just like dump them all. Like, why did they design them like that? Like, that is like whole archetype, and they're like, yeah, try playing this, asshole. Like, I've said this before in previous streams, but like cards that are like actively bad, piss, like it turns my piss into tea. Like, that's how bad it gets. Brings my piss to a boil. Do you remember I said for the Guardians? I like the spells. Hate the Guardians. Yeah, the spells are really good. That's the annoying part. Raphael didn't want his monsters to go to the graveyard. He clearly didn't want his monster to be destroyed because the way the cards work, you can't even get them onto the field. Like, it would have been even something too if it was like, if the cards are on the field and then when you summon them, they're automatically equipped to the monster. Like, there are different ways they could have gone about this, but they went at the most like annoying way, where like the only way to get them out is if they're not equipped with the cards. Like, isn't that stupid? Like, what were they thinking? Let's see, Little Wingard. Yeah, you need to use Taylor the Fickle or something. Yeah, you need some like other completely unrelated card. Like, they needed a they needed a field spell, right? That lets you like maybe like once per turn or some continuous spell or something that like once per turn you can change and equip to something else. Just like they needed something. And I don't think they ever really got that anything. Like, I mean, we got Dread Scythe and Iados, but I think that's all we've really received for Guardian archetype, as far as I'm aware. I think Little Wingard's a D. It's not the worst card I've ever heard in my life. Like, cards that like actively make me angry. I've used this term before, but egregiously atrocious is the term of the F tier. That is the phrase. They're just so bad. They're just so stupid. They're just so stupid bad. You don't piss off Janjo. You don't piss me off. I'll suplex that mother. Give you a Tiger Driver 98. Gaga Gigo is not bad because of Legendary Ocean. I think Agagigo's B tier. I think I put him next to like Archfiend Soldier. Yeah, for reference, this isn't tiered by like specific cards, but it's just for reference sake. That's where I would consider him. Whereas Ninkendog, I don't feel the same about. I don't think he's bad just because 18's like whatever. I think D tier is fine. Giga Gaga Gigo. Yeah, what about go Giga Gaga Giga Gaga go 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 Gaga 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 Gigi Gigi go 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 go. What about um Jija Janjo? Can that be a card? Jija Janjo? I guess in that same vein, I'm kind of feeling for like Battle Footballer and DD Trainer, right? Like they both have good enough defense, and even DD Trainer, like it's a dark and it can be used with Metamorphosis. Jajijo, Jaja Jan, Jajijo, Jaja Janjo. We need to make that a card. Jajijo, Jaja Janjo. It's almost like a tongue twister. Yeah, Acrobat Monkey though, even though 1800 defense isn't like the worst, it just I feel like you need to hit that 2000 at least mark to be like considered like acceptable as a defender at this point. Stupid monkey. Jajajo. DD 1 star has it has uses. I don't know if we ever see those uses. Um like in terms of like rogue decks and stuff like at the time. But yeah, you can set it. It can defend and then be used as metamorphosis. I'll bump it up to C tier. How about that? Good job, trainer. It is kind of wild, like how long it took for a ban list and it's how long Elma was around. Because I'm a little tempted to bump morale boost up to C just because of Elma. I know like my logic before was like it's really just for Elma. I'm gonna bump it up just for Elma. I think Elma bumps it up just for that reasoning. Cause I'm just looking at the other D tier cards. I'm like they don't have much going on with it. Yeah, it's like the kind of same reason as like Dark Flare Knight. I think that's fair. And Chick the Yellow to some degree too. Chick isn't like like a terrible card on its own. When did we get Cliff the Trap Remover? He was Magician's Force. That's right. Gorg is really bad. He's like okay in speed duels, but as far as the TCG goes, one tribute 1800 attack is asking a lot. Like the only reason why you play him is if you're like really want to run like a truly dedicated Dark Scorpion deck. I think otherwise he's misses the mark in a lot of ways. I think he might be F tier. Again, Speedles he'd probably be like a B, maybe C tier, but that's also because of just the skill that lets him attack directly. Because if you don't have that, it's kind of hard to beat over things with this guy. You already have to tribute a monster for it. Whereas I feel like if you're playing Dark Scorpions, you're already having strategies to attack over stuff. Dark Scorpions is one of those archetypes where the cards don't even work together. I mean, they have like that similar like pick apart as like toolbox strategy, right? Where you get like the ones like as needed basically to deal with certain things. They just don't have enough support, and I don't understand. Like this is definitely the one archetype I think deserves like way more support, and I really like they are my pet deck in speed duels. Like they are the deck I've played the most of, and I think they're like a ton of fun, with like their effects and everything. But it's also a totally different meta game, and you can run Gorg in it. Like I've seen some people run 0 copies. I've seen people some run 1, some run 2. But the unfortunate part that like even in that he's still a brick. Like his whole thing is that you want to get him off, get him out using your skill, in which his effect isn't too terrible when you're allowed to attack directly. But that's like an entirely different state of the game at that point. I think that's it for I think that's it for Dark Scorpions. I guess there's mustering of the Dark Scorpions and the other one. Wherever these cards are. Yeah, see, mustering. You have Don's Luke special summon all from your hand, plus Cliff. You can now special summon 2 cards with the same names, so you get like one of each out. It's not. It can special summon any, so it's not like inherently terrible. You control a card, and you have cards in your hand, so it's asking for a specific thing. But then the problem also is like Dark Scorpions are also just inherently bad for the most part. Like they are much better as like specific toolbox cards in other decks, right? As we've seen in like warrior decks. I do think more people should play Monet though. I think that card is kind of nutty, right? You run that, possibly 2. Like I think if you had like a Dark Scorpion package in a warrior deck and you had like 2 Monet, a Dawn, and a Cliff, like you're set. I think I think it's D. Like it's asking for I think too much, but it's acceptable as a card. Whereas Dark Scorpion combination, this lets you attack them directly, but you need all of them on the field, which is really bad. And it's only 1 turn. Like basically, the skill card is essentially this, but you can use it every turn, and you don't need to like set it, and you don't need all the cards out. This card feels really bad on the basis that you need like an entire thing out for this one card. At least mustering, you don't need every card. And it's just normal spells. So you can summon Dawn and then activate this and get out like, 1, 2, 3 cards or whatever. That one seems really bad. Let's see, I think you concur. Concur. Okay. Let's see here. I'm just going down like my book at this point. Unless there's specific cards we want to look at. See, blindly little goblin's actually like it. I feel like he's a C tier. Um, he has a good attack and he can't be switched over, which I think is like a really cool effect. But he's a little, I don't know, he's a little underwhelming when compared to like his kin, his contemporaries. So I think he's more similar to like a like an Arsenal summoner or like a Terror King Archfiend kind of deal. Where's contract for Exodia? Is that on here? I don't think this has contract for Exodia on here. No, not download tier. I don't think I have a copy of contract of Exodia on file. I need to download that card. Yeah, I don't think contract for Exodia is on here. Let me get that. We're not doing Necros yet. We're gonna save that for. Yeah, I do not see that card. I'm sometimes blind, but I'm not that blind. No, no, we're gonna put contract with Necros. I'm just checking if that was on here or not. It's gonna be the same thing as like the rituals, right? The rituals are gonna go alongside their respective card. Cost down's kind of cool, right? You discard to like lower by 2 levels, I think. There it is. All monsters, which is kind of cool, right? You can normal summon a level 6 monster, right? Level 6 or 5 without a tribute. And if you use something like Night Assailant or Sinister Serpent or like a light or dark, whatever. Yeah, it shouldn't have had the discard cost, but because what it's essentially doing is that instead of tributing a monster on the field, you're essentially tributing a monster in your hand. Except you can also discard any card. So at least it's not discarding a monster, right? You can discard whatever. It's definitely like more of a fun card. So I can't hate on it for being a fun card. Like it's no Legendary Ocean, right? Legendary Ocean is just better as like that kind of strategy works for like water monsters and stuff. Cost down. I was originally thinking B. I'm kind of leaning towards C on account of Soul Exchange existing, as well as cards like Change of Heart and Snatch Seal, cards that you can take enemy monsters and get rid of them. Now, of course, the thing with cost down is that you don't need the opponent to have a monster. You just need a card in hand. But it seems less useful than cards that don't make you lose a resource. Because you're essentially going a neg 1 as a. Yeah. It's a right. It's a neg 1, I think. So I think C is fine. Neg two. See, cost down. You minus a card. Well, I don't think the card from your hand, like the monster you're summoning, it, that's not considered a neg, is it? Because like you're getting that on the field. Yeah, so it's a neg. Well, is the monster on field +1? I'm trying to remember how this works again. Or is that just like neutral? My brain's jelly right now. Yeah, it's a -2 cost down. The card. Okay, so the monster that you're summoning is just a neutral thing then. Or like Soul Exchange, where you're using one card and you're getting rid of a card. You do get a technically a board presence from it, but yeah, it's not as good as like Soul Exchange or Snatch Steal or Falling Down per se. Different Dimension Gate, I think, is a pretty fun card too. I think that's another card I think is a bit underrated. Right, where you banish a monster and you banish an opponent's monsters up until the card's destroyed. Well, destroyed and sent to the graveyard. I'm gonna look up something real quick. Hmm. I wonder what happens if you use different Dimension Gate and then use Abyss Soldier to bounce that card back. Are both monsters just gone forever? Lots of cards that never saw play would be interesting to see in action. Yeah, that's the fun part of like Schoolyard Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Of like casual friend, uh, cube draft player, whatever, right? It's just like trying out cards that like, hey, it'd be fun if I ran this, or it makes good YouTube content if you're into that. I suppose. Yeah, different dimension gate, I think is kind of interesting. Is like it's a soft removal, even though it affects like your own monsters. Depending on like how your deck's build, it might kind of be like a whatever thing, right? Like you're gonna get the card back. Maybe it's a card that you can get some benefit off of it, right? If you're running like return from a different dimension, or let's say it's like goat format and you're running like a deity survivor. I think it's C, also similar to like some other cards. I don't think it's quite at the level as like a matter transporter or final attack orders because it doesn't technically like get rid of the problem fully, and you are using two cards to deal with one, which is unfortunate. But I think the idea is there, and I kind of dig it. What do you think about Gire Panda, Gyaku Gire Panda? I'm thinking A tier, but I don't know. I mean, it does have its own thing in Goat, but like technically Archfiends do too. Battle geometry would be pretty trash. That's kind of fair. Let me pull up the card on my handy dandy notebook. 500 for each monster opponent side of the field. So, like, honestly, like, if they just have two monsters, he has 1800 attack. And he does piercing. 3 monsters and he has 2300. So that can go up a lot. I mean, obviously, like he does, like his main function is with like the panda burn deck. Which he is a bit nutty. Cause like I think he's nuttier than like these cards are in regards to like when you put him in a deck, right? Like in a deck that he is used in, is he better than these cards? There are different cards. There's a different panda cards that in the GX that is alcohol related. And there is a later card too that was released. I think they changed to like hot sauce in the international version. But yeah, I feel like the decks that use panda gets much better value out of him than these cards do. Like even with like Dark Worlds using like drag down. Which I could honestly I could see an argument for bumping drag down up to A tier. If people agree with that or not. What about a card like Dice Reroll? Reroll is kind of hilarious. You just negate a six-sided die roll and re-roll it. The problem with Dice Reroll is like, yeah, it's kind of like made more for Zork, but it's also kind of a thing where it's like it's a safety card, right? But if you're using against like an opponent, they could potentially get like a better result, right? I don't know. It's I think it's C. Like it is what it is. Yeah, a continuous spell would have been a little nicer, but that's what we have to play with. Because I can also see it being used alongside Graceful or Skull Dice, right? Where a lot of times you kind of use it during your opponent's turn. It's not inherently bad. It is just kind of like a basic effect, and I can't hate on basic effects like that. See, Ray of Hope. Send two light monsters from your graveyard to your deck. Shuffle your deck. I feel like I've seen decks use Ray of Hope. Am I mistaken on this? Rush Recklessly is 100 attack more than maximum Graceful Dice. Well, I'm not saying those cards are good. I'm like theoretically, if you had to play those, you at least had people typically do. Ray of Hope, not Ray of Light, dummy. I feel like I've seen like a deck or something use this card, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't think it's inherently bad. Especially by the time like Pot of Avarice rolls around. I wish it was send two monsters from your graveyard back to your deck, and then draw like a card. I think that would be better. I feel like D is fine though. D is fine enough for it, I guess. Judgment of Anubis is kind of a cool card. It's definitely one that people discuss more often than not. We discard a hand or card to negate a spell that can destroy a spell or a trap. Plural. Then you can destroy a monster on their field and inflict damage equals to their attack. I mean, that's pretty solid. It's a bit specific because it's a spell that destroys a back row card. So, like, like a Heavy Storm, MST. I wish it was a spell or a trap, right? So it would also stop, like, Dust Tornado. Yeah, like by this point in the game, MST was kind of running around. I think it's B. I think it does. It's an interesting negation that does a lot. I don't think I'd ever place it higher, but I think it's much more of a fascinating card. So I wish it was like more of like a Psalm kind of thing, right? Where it's like monster or trap or spell trap or monster effect that destroys like a back row card, so it could stop like like Mobius or Breaker. But again, that said, it does stop specific things and it does negate essentially for. I mean, you have to discard a card, which is a little unfortunate, but also pops a card. Yeah, I mean maybe, yeah, but yeah, like you still have to discard a card, and it still needs to be like a specific back row destruction. Whereas a card like Solemn Judgment just stops anything, or you could run something a little more generic like Magic Jam or Seven Tools of the Bandit or Divine Wrath. Well, you can set it turn one. You just can't activate it turn one. But I definitely see like what they're going for. I think what they're going for is like it feels like they put a lot more thought in this card than a lot of other cards. See, blast held by a tribute. They declare attack on a tributed monster. Throw face attack monsters on their field, and they lose 1,000 life points. It's kind of an interesting card. Yeah, anime destroys all of their monsters. It doesn't destroys all their attack position monsters, so I mean, that's it's kind of useful. Although there's also another like really specific thing against like monarchs primarily, but against Mobius, it's not gonna be particularly good. Maybe not Zaborg. Does wait? Does Grand Monarch hit like any set card or just face down? Yeah, Grand Marg can get rid of it. Mobius can get rid of it. Zabor can like pop a monster, so potentially just like attack straight through anyway. Oh, Judgment of Anubis you're talking about. I mean that would be pretty dope if Anubis did that. I don't think Anubis needed that discard a card. I think that's like kind of the only thing. But also just like pops a monster and inflicts burn damage. Like you're just getting like three things. You're essentially going like a net one, really, if all things pay off. And even more so if you're discarding like a Sinister Serpent. Blast Cell by Tribute in the anime is really incomprehensible. I mean, I kind of get it, right? Like, and it's essentially a thing that Tribute Monster just like explodes. I I feel like it's a D. It's not outright bad. I can see what they're going for, but it feels like you kind of have to jump through hoops to like you to play with it. Spell Vanishing. That's a cool looking card. Got Breaker on there. Discard two cards from your hand. Ow, I hate that. Negate the activation of a spell and destroy it. Ugh. Just run Magic Jammer. Discard one spell. And you got look at your hand. Also look at your opponent's hand and deck. If you find any spell cards of the same name as destroy spell cards, send them all to the graveyard. It's neat. Plant a bomb in one of the opponents on monsters on the field. Monster will summon. Destroy mob attacks. I mean, it's essentially what Blast by Attribute does. It's just it's worded more shonen-y. Spell Vanishing, it's the discard two cards really kills it for me. It's kind of cool that like it just like it negates a spell, and then you can like go through the deck and get rid of all the copies. So you can look at their hand, and you can look through their deck, which is pretty all right. Is it worth two cards? Absolutely not. Especially like how many of these copies are they probably gonna have in the deck? Like what cards are you stopping? Like MST, etc. Well, because a lot of spells are typically at like one copy. It's kind of a rare chance, and at that point, like why do you want to discard two to deal with it? You just be better off running a Magic Jammer and just saying whatever. Or at this point in the game, Imperial Order. Um, it's I'm honestly split between D and F. Isn't this strictly power crept by Curse Seal Forbidden Spell? Basically, yeah, the curse seal you have to discard a spell, I think. But generally, yeah. Discard a spell card, negate a spell, and your opponent have the same name. Yeah, like one set later. Like I don't think looking at your opponent's deck and hand is worth it at all. Um, at the cost of like two cards. Like that is like at least like I think it's F. It's making me a little tilted because at least like Blast Cell by Attribute, right? It's essentially just your opponent needs to attack with a tribute monster, and you also get, not only does it pop it, but you get burn damage. Not particularly useful against stuff like Jinzo, Mobius, or Vampire Lord, but it's again like tribute monsters. It pops. Spell Vanishing. It's just there are just better negation out there, and you're losing. Like yeah, you can potentially make it be a like go neutral in it, right? If you get discard a card or if you negate a card and then you get rid of two other copies, but it's also very heavily card dependent, and more so if if the cards that you're discarding have any value. That's unfortunate. I think that seems pretty bad. Despair from the Dark, I think, is pretty fun. I think he's a C tier. And I think the same thing for Skull Archfiend of Lightning. Like having this his like Despair's discard effect, I think is really fun. And then Skull Archfiend is essentially just a summon skull with an effect, more or less. Right? Duo counter card. Yeah, he has like some unique utility. That's like a side deck thing. Fear from the Dark is kind of similar too. He's just like weaker, and I don't think it's usually worth it. So I think I'm gonna put Fear into D. Though I do think he's fun though. Like I definitely think like D tier cards you can have fun with. Just F tier cards, like I don't see you having fun with these cards at all, ever, in the history of existence. See, I keep going back on Panda. Where do I want Panda? I do think Panda burn decks are really good. 1,000 Needles. When he's in defense and he's attacked with a monster with lower attack, that monster's destroyed. It's like was it Death's Counter Blow, whatever card that was, Death's Counter Attack or something we talked about. I mean, 1800, it's kind of but at least like it's built into his effect. So, I mean, that's that pretty much. I think Infernal Queen Archfiends probably see. It's definitely one like the better Archfiends. Let's see here. Let's shooting. Let's do the Guardian stuff. Shooting Starbow Seal loses 1,000 attack, but it can attack directly. That's whatever. I can see some uses, but it just I don't know. Seems like 1,000 attack. You're losing more for less. Gravity Axe. Your opponents must see increased by 500. Opponents cannot change battle position. This seems also pretty like lackluster. Flameburge Bow. Discard a card to activate it. Monster equip by 500, and then negates the effects of that monster. That's actually better. The discard kind of sucks, but you can like stop cards like Sangan, Tomato, Sinister Serpent, because it just negates the effects, not just like it's like activated effect kind of thing. Yeah, it's hard to see this card like see like much play, but it's definitely better than the others. Just because you have to discard a card, 500 isn't like a ton. KS increases defense by 500, negates spell cards that targets the monster. That sounds pretty bad too. Because negates a spell card that targets it. So it's like, what are we talking about, right? Change of Heart, Snatch, Steal, um, like Fissure, Hammer Shot, Smashing Ground. I think Tribute to the Doomed. Yeah, like I won't say it's F tier. See, Flashing Light Trice. Send a card. So you also have to discard a card for this. Decreases attack by 500, but it can attack twice. I think that's it feels similar to Starbow Seal. It feels a little more useful though, because it's not a thousand discard like a thousand loss. You are discarding a card, which kind of sucks. Um, does the attack twice have any like real benefits with like stuff you would equip this to? I mean, in a perfect world, equip it to Don's Luke attack twice, but you're also losing like OTK. Yeah, I think there's you could theoretically do something with it. So I'll put that in C. I don't think it ever quite I don't think it ever quite hits that like crescendo. But I could see a world where you like Cyberstein a Master of Oz, equip it with that. You know that won't actually that was still OTK 10 because you got attack with Cyberstein. Macap, what's up? Gravity Axe is at least decent with stumbling or source of concealing light. Um, that's fair. Okay. Yeah, but if you're losing 500 attack points, he's going to be under 4,000, which isn't lethal. But Cyberstein, if you get that attack, and that would OTK. No. Yes. I'm trying to think about this. Cyberstein is what, like 800 attack point, 700. So Master of Oz is what 42. Yeah. So if you lose 500, you're at 38, and then 38 times two is like what 76, something like that. 3200 times two. No, 3600 times two. Wait, I don't know. Wait, no, not 30. Yeah, stop that. Rewind it. Play again. 3800 times two, I believe, is 70. Yeah, so I think, yeah, so if you attack with that and then Cyber Sign, that would OTK. There you go. Sure. There you go. Like, I could even see something like Seal, like, if you use that with, like, Cyberstein, with, like, Master of Oz for a direct attack, but I feel like it's just less useful than just running this. Like these cards are really fascinating. I think these are really fascinating cards, and it's a shame that the monsters themselves are just so bad. Really. Let's see. Pressure. Oh, rod of the mind's eye. When a monster equips battle damage comes 1,000. That seems really bad. It's. I can see it be cool, like if you have like a weak monster, or if you, like equip it to your opponent's monster, but just run a better card. That seems actively bad, and that's a big sin. It's actively bad cards. Precious cards from beyond. When you tribute summon a monster, requires two more tributes. Draw two cards. It's you need to do a lot to actually gain advantage from this because it's inherently a -1. Mm, D. I'm thinking D. It's like kind of cool because like you get your cards and you essentially +1 to start. You think it's playable? Because like you need a tribute summon for it. It's not like you special summon. Yeah, it's trying to make up for like downsides, but I don't think it's. I'm feeling D, but because yeah, I've mentioned this in other streams too. But like, you could have an argument for like any card on the list, like any card in the set. It just feels like it doesn't. It needs to do more than just like because like I think it would have been cool if it had an additional effect where it's like, all right, if you summon a monster that required one tribute, draw a card, or if you use two, draw two cards. I think that would make it uh, a lot more playable because then you at least you can at least go neutral with it, and then potentially get benefits like when you tribute summon things and whatnot. Make it work with like ultimate offering, but two tributes is kind of asking for some stuff. Fairy of Spring, you can recur an equip spell, but you cannot activate that equip spell this turn. Fuck off. Fuck you. Fuck right off right there. Like it would have been cool if it's like a quick play if you could, have it as like a backup for your own equip monster. But it's a normal spell. Why have that drawback? That like defeats the whole purpose of using it. Jesus, get out of here. Like that. This is a card that like it seems like it's really cool. But that one line of text just completely ruins it for me. Ooh, Stream for about 2 hours and 20 minutes. We only have 6 likes. Come on, guys. Help the Mr. Algorithm. Algorithm. Token Thanksgiving. Throw tokens on the future life points by number of tokens by 800. This card's solid. Like to twice if you could. Are you a patron though? That's it's another advertisement. The token Thanksgiving is in has like it's useless. Hell yeah, you're Patreon. But are you a YouTube member? Have you bought the merch? The Janjo t-shirts. Which also, by the way, if anyone wants to buy TCG player cards, make sure you use my affiliate link down below. I get some kickback occasionally. Yeah, I don't really push memberships. I'd much rather just push like Patreons, so I have everything in one place. Out, but you do get special emotes though. Outstanding Dog Marin goes back to deck when sent. Yeah, nosy comment. Hell yeah. Thank you for being a consistent patron. Have some fun videos coming up. And hey, you also get the special updates and special videos and stuff. Outstanding Dog Marin, since a graveyard. It's neat. It the dog never dies, which is cool. I dig that. Um, it's like a shitty serpent. Is it using Shadolls? Um, there were 3 YCSs in September. No, 2 YCSs in September 2014. It was used, which got to top 8 and top 4. I guess that's more than other cards. But it doesn't seem like it's quite enough I'm gonna say D. It's cool that it saw that usage, but like, I mean, 3 decks in the span of like 1 month, I don't think is enough. Yeah, it'd probably be F if it didn't. So it at least saves itself from there. And even so, I feel like just the concept of a dog that doesn't die, I can't get that in F. Come on, let's be real here. Just random cards. Goblin agreed. As long as we're gonna face up on the field, neither player can discard cards from their hand as a cost. That's interesting. Need for lockdown strats or some rescue cat decks. Does it though? Um, I mean, I guess, but like, I don't know, like, what exactly are you doing? I just feel like there's always just better options though. I mean, you can use it with 1 for 1. Like, oh, big whoop. Hate floodgates. Yeah, I mean, floodgates. I feel like have their place. I do feel like, I've said before, but Yu-Gi-Oh probably should have an updated card kind of layout where they specify things more like icon based and things. And I think floodgates should have their own like iconography type of thing, and perhaps have certain limits on like floodgate cards. Same thing with like hand traps per se. But that's Yu-Gi-Oh. Goblin of Greed. Like I think floodgates are healthy for the game if they're kept in check. But that's more of a balancing issue with Konami more than anything. The overkill hand trap killer. Yeah, it's annoying to see decks that are like, oh yeah, and these are like 9 hand traps. It's like, why even have a deck? The only cool floodgate is Jinza because he's cool. I mean, there's a lot of cards that are like technically floodgates that are complete trash too. It's not like all the floodgates are good. And this is when you start running narrow pass and dark door. I think Sasuke Samurai is C. Sasuke Samurai number 2. I've always kind of dug his effect, right? Where you was a pay 800 light points to like shut off like like spell or traps or something. Where the bloody hell is this guy in? I can't find this fucker. There you are. Yeah, during the main phase, 800 light points, and then until end phase, spell and traps cannot be activated. I think that's kind of interesting, right? It's essentially like it's like an anti magic arrows kind of thing, right? Pay some light points, then you're like protected. Well, you can't activate your own thing, but if you're doing like a more of like a beatdown, like an earth beat kind of deck, then you're not really using that stuff anyway. And you can also use it during any end phase or any main phase. So you can do all your stuff before or after the battle phase, depending on like what you want to do. Ideally during main phase 1. Yeah, I mean it's a 2003 Yu-Gi-Oh card, so I'm gonna give it some slack. But I could kind of see in the sense that I can see where it can be used, and I think that's more useful than like some of the D tier cards. I also had this also when I was in like elementary or like middle school, whatever. I had like a wallet, and I kept this card in it. So I'm a little biased, I will admit, but I do think it's a little interesting as like a tech. as far as tech cards go. What about Final Countdown? That's a weird one. You said A. It's the final countdown. Doo -doo -doo. Yeah, okay, I'll put it in A. It has seen plenty of uses. Thanks, Mystic Mine. Yeah, yeah, Matt kept with the nice win con from Mystic Mine. History of YGO. What do you think about Gyakugire Panda? I am can I'm mixed between A and B with him, and I cannot settle on one. You say B. Macap says A. It's just like because the thing that I'm thinking like is obviously like a good card, but is also a bit specific. But also, what the decks that it is played in, I feel like are also better than like these cards, like their decks per se. Yeah, it's specific, but it's a good specific. That's the thing that's like throwing me off. Yeah, but it's also in the context of like the deck that it's played in too. It's like saying Geometry is useless by itself, or like Final Countdown, or like it's got to be some context with like some of the cards, not every card, but some of the cards. Let me see. Yeah, like Trio's like it's way more versatile. Let's see. It was used in a top 16 Baboon Burn in 2007, and is obviously powerful in Goat format. Okay, I think the majority is leaning towards B, so I'll put it in B. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying too. Is that it's you like I mean obviously like Panda is used in like in burn decks. Um, that's where its strength lies. And I feel like it usually shines pretty brightly in those burn decks. But again, sounds like the majority is leaning towards B, so I will accept with that. Token Thanksgiving. This card is kind of fun. It's kind of cool in speed duels, which we're not keeping in mind, but just to throw that out there. Getting rid of like tokens, I think is kind of neat. Especially like it's definitely more of like a side deck card. Especially like in time and stuff. If Trade didn't exist, and the self-destruction clause missing mine was actually worked as intended. I've always been under the belief that I think Mystic Mine is fine at one copy, but I can also understand why it should be banned too. I don't think it should ever be at like two or three. I think Token Sun or Token Thanksgiving. I think that's C. I'm gonna put it as C. As just like purely side deck tech. Archfiend's Oath is also kind of interesting because for like convulsion decks and stuff. DD guide. Yeah, Oath has seen its like fair share of stuff. Like library stuff primarily. Um, I feel like there's another deck I've seen it in. I feel like I want to say it was like GX era. Let's see. There's a top 32 in 2006, top 16 in 2010. There's also a reversal quiz OTK. Houston. What is this explosion deck? Okay, that is a magical scientist thing. The life equalizer, another magical library. Is that is it B or C? I'm kind of leaning towards C. A lot of these jank cards you read, and you just think, how exactly they expect people to use this? Yeah, but it's also a lot of it's hindsight too. A lot of it's just the climate at the time. Like filler cards and bad cards equally need to exist. Right? That's just how collectible stuff works, right? You need some range. Um, Sometimes the designers they're scared of things. Sometimes it's like way too overcorrected. Sometimes they purposely make bad cards too to allow the players to kind of read and understand for themselves what makes a good card or what makes a bad card. Maybe that's giving them too much credit, but that's just something to consider. Archfiends, I think this might be B or C. All right, Archfiend's Oath. What are we thinking? B or C? C. Pretty perfect with library. B. Hmm. I'm gonna go with B because you mentioned library, and while that's I could kind of go either or. I'm thinking just on the same vein as Panda here. That's my thought with that. 'Cause it's supposed to rain tomorrow too. It's been raining literally all week. Like, am I living in Seattle or something? What is going on here? Anyways, all right. I was gonna check. Where am I phone to check something? I do this all the time. I go on my phone to like check something. I just immediately forget what I'm like open my phone. I had an issue recently on TCG Player. Well, where I made an order, right? It was like seven orders, or seven orders like in one like umbrella order thing from like the sellers, seven different sellers. That's just how TCG Player works. Anyway, so I made the order, and I realized when I got the first email for the first order shipping, I realized that it accidentally sent to a different person because for Yada Lives, the winner, I sent them a copy of Yada Garasu. I never had to send other people's stuff before, so I just completely ignored to change my address back to my address. So when I saw the email, it was sent to like this other name. I'm like, oh shit. So I like quickly go and like send a message to send an email to all of the individual orders because because the way again TCG Player works is through different sellers. So I can't just like send like one thing to TCG Player. Hey, can you fix this? I have to go everything directly. And so aside from one order that may or may not have actually been shipped out, I just have to pray that I actually get all my orders. Otherwise, I'll just have to message the dude and be like, "Hey, you might get like an extra thing that it's not supposed to be sent." Yeah, you got a lot more. Yeah, it's a bunch of ancient sanctuary cards, so it's not even Yada format. Um, I'll have to wait and see though. But I just checked my email. I got a bunch of messages from sellers. So after the stream, I'll have to check my TCG player, um, and make sure that stuff is all kosher. Because yeah, I spent a good chunk of money on the cards. I also got like the three of the speed duel boxes. So ideally, I get everything. That would kind of suck. Or at the very least, I would just have to ask the guy to like forward me the mail. I do not believe I get kickback on the stuff I buy myself. No. But anyone who buys my stuff, you can always use my link so I can get kickback. But no, unless I am a TCG player subscriber, which I used to be, but I'm not anymore because I really don't spend enough to make enough kickback per month. Even with like when you get like the 3% or whatever like the high mark is. Because I was there for like a year, but then I was like, why am I subscribed to this? I'm paying more money than I'm getting back with kickback. Like I really think so, and they're also upping the price for subscribers too, which is stupid because that's even like less reason. Like I'm a big fan of TCG player. I wish that they had a lot of like beta stuff. I kind of wish they kept like with um like with finding people that are close to you with like zip code and stuff. I really dug that. That was like a kind of a short lived thing they had. Um, I wish they had a better like wish list feature. There's like a saved card thing, but not quite like a wish list like Troll and Toad. They have like wish list like menu tab thing. Um, and I do wish the subscriber kind of gave a little bit more, right? Like the articles are like not really Yu-Gi-Oh related. The ones like the extra things are most like Magic and like Vanguard or whatever. So like the only thing I pretty much got it for, most of the sellers I would get weren't direct. So it's primarily for the store kickback. But unless you're spending like $1,000 a month, it's not worth it. I'm not spending anywhere near that. I'm not rich. That's my soapbox for TCG player. Let's see here. Frozen Soul. You can only activate this card when your opponent's life points 2,000 higher than yours. They skip their next battle phase. I have seen this card be used in a deck. I'm trying to remember what it was. It might have been like oh, I think it was an Exodia. I think it was one used at like, I want to say Worlds 2012. I want to say. I think it was like Gerald Winston used Frozen Soul as a way to like just skip the battle phase and stuff with stuff like Hope for Escape, things like that. So it has seen use. That said, it seems to be very specific and overall a bad card, especially when compared to other cards before and after. So I feel like D tier. Because I think if it wasn't for Exodia, I probably would give it an F. but I think D is acceptable. Let's see. Battle Scarred. Select an archfiend on your side of the field. When a, when you pay life points, your opponent also pays life points. If it's destroyed, you destroy the selected monster. Why does it need that? And then when that monster destroyed, this card's destroyed. It's kinda neat, but overall pretty bad. I think that's F. It's fun in the way that hey, your opponent has to pay life points too, right? But then also it's only tied to one monster, and then that monster can get destroyed. It just doesn't feel like it's really doing anything. It just feels like it's kind of like a waste of a card, I think. Let's see, Archfiend's Roar. Pay 500 life points, special summon Archfiend from your grave. Uh, Cannot be tributed, and it's stored during the end phase. It's it's a little interesting. I think it's D. I don't think it's F. It's like a 1 turn revival, which I think has some use, even though it can't be tributed. You theoretically, I mean, you can use it to protect yourself. You can use it to like push for game. You can use it in conjunction with maybe perhaps some other card. Yeah, you have like a better revival, um, but it's at least some like it at least does something, even if it's just for 1 turn. So it's and it's a trap. So again, you can use it to protect yourself during your opponent's turn if you need to. So I'll give it that. Like if you use it like during your turn, right, where you have a monster, an archfiend, and you revive an archfiend, or you have a monster and you revive an archfiend, and then you can use falling down. Bam, you have 3 monsters on the field. I mean, it has combo potential. Why is Konami obsessed with making archetype cards strictly worse than generic cards? I think this might be a good video discussion. Um, I think it's possibly because Konami was just kind of worried on them kind of overtaking the meta, so to speak, right? They probably didn't want them to be like too powerful to push away like playing other cards. Yeah, I'm gonna write this down. This might be a good video topic. I have like a list of like video ideas. Yeah, I think it's just like they're all like just kind of scared on like the synergy being too strong and just doing it from like a game balance standpoint, but it seems to be like a compounding effect of overcorrecting. Because like you look at Tunes, right? Um, technically Tunes was like in a monster, it's a monster ability, but archetype, whatever. It's like the individual cards are like pretty solid, right? Uh, like Toon Mermaid, special summonable, Skull, 1 tribute, Blue Eyes Toon, direct attack. It's all it's reasonable. Gravekeepers, good effects, but also half of them are like burn cards, and the other half just kind of do their own thing. But that said, the kind of do their own thing ones are like pretty good. So I don't know. It's just it's interesting how they decided to go about that for quite a while up until they started to do like GX stuff where people had more thematic archetypal decks. like heroes and cyber dragons and all that jazz. And even at that point, a lot of them were bad too. But you know, not every some things are heroes and some things are roids, I suppose. Alter for a tribute. Select a monster on your field, sent to the graveyard. Increase life points by the amount of that monster. It's neat, I guess. It's more of like a for time card. Like if your monster is going to get destroyed, you can kind of like there are better cards to run. Absolutely. Um, I don't think it's like hideously bad as far as card design goes. Let's see here. Cestus of Dalga. It's a fairy equip, increased by 500 when it destroys a monster. Or when it inflicts battle damage, your life points increase by that amount. That seems pretty bad too. It's like it's kind of just whatever. Kind of reminds you of like Seal, right? Where it's not outright bad, but it's like you could be running thing. Like yeah, you can use it with like Mudora, which is clearly what it's designed for. Where the hell is Mudora? But I don't know. It's still like wasn't really quite doing. Bobby, what's up? You want to come over watch Brokeback Mountain with me? No, that's how she used it in the show. Yeah, I mean like I kind of get it with the fairy stuff, but just I don't know. Like you can run just better equips, right? That just do better things. And hey, you gain life points. I do think like I have built like an Earth Fairy like a Shizu Fairy deck from like Dark Crisis vampire format. I don't think any of y'all would be interested in the movies I watch. I don't know if you know this, but I'm a filmmaker and I'm also a cinephile. I watch a lot of films. Like I've been making films for like God, like 15 years now, something like that. I'm actually gonna potentially be working on one in May. Um, I need to see like the updated script for it though, because it's been a while since we did like original script looking of it. I mostly do short films though, at like film festivals and things. The last one I did was last October, which was like a fun little like alien movie. But the recent movie I watched was this like 1950s ghost movie by it's called Ugetsu. Good stuff. I need to watch a documentary. It's actually directed by Kaneto Shindo, which I'm really excited about because I love Kaneto Shindo's films. He's done Onibaba, The Naked Island, and Kuroneko. Haven't seen Naked Island. I do have that. It's on my like pile of like movies to watch. But I love Onibaba. It's one of my favorite movies. So if if you want to some movie recommendations, check out Onibaba. Midori, I think, is like really good. I mean, as far as like making these Earth fairies go, like he's the main one that has a strategy around him. Like I think him and Kelbeck have the most upsides. And Kelbeck is essentially Wall of Illusion. This is a certified cinephile moment. I have a letterbox account and everything. Like I write reviews, mostly write reviews from most of the movies I watch. I mean, I have award-winning. In fact, on my desk right here, I can grab it. This is not my only one. but this is one I just have on my desk. This is an award I won back in 2014 at a film festival. It's kind of cool. Like it's made out of metal. It has like a felt bottom. You know, it says head of the class 72 fest. 72 head of the class 72 film fest. Um, the movie was it was a like a dark comedy. Um, it's essentially like Donnie Darko kind of thing, where this guy has like an imaginary like rabbit friend kind of thing, and he murders. But this guy's like a really boring, like very bland office worker. We also won that also in when was it? 2018. Yeah, 2018 sounds right. In which my one of my teammates has that award. Um, we also I have a it's a just a piece. We didn't win like a an award, but I have like a piece of paper for an award we won this past October for our recent film we did. Um, and I believe I won some other stuff. But those were like the main ones for me. My favorite one, like this is one of my favorite ones, is the 2014 one. But I think my favorite one I've done was the 2019 one or the 2018 one. You're on the wrong coast, my man. Got to get west for this profession. Hey, look, there's a big boom in scene in Atlanta. Not that I would want to like go to Atlanta, but you know, Atlanta, Georgia. I was in San Francisco last year for a shoot for work. That place was a dump. Almost went this year, but I had some shooting things I need to do and some filming stuff in DC, and I didn't want to do like a back to back thing, so I opted out, which I think was the right call. I don't do films as much as I would like to. I did a lot more in like school and stuff, but you know, once in a while, usually at least once a year, I'll get around to like making something. Typically in the fall, like September October time, but possibly something in the spring. But that's work in progress. Okay, so Agito's a pretty bad one, I think. Which is a shame because it's one of the coolest looking ones. So when it's destroyed, you can roll a dice and possibly special summon something. I mean, it's random and it's really bad. Whose level stars are equal to the number rolled. If you roll six, special summon a higher six or lower. Lower, like it's or higher six, level six or higher. Like it's kind of neat, I guess. But you barely get a choice in the matter. That just seems really bad. And she's one of those that's comical. Yeah, it's like it's one of those things that you think about, like, well, okay, well, theoretically, if I use this, I could summon off what's that thing called? Crap, what's that? Wing Weaver. Okay, so it's like, okay, maybe I could summon a Wing Weaver. Maybe I could summon like Medora or something, but you don't get a like it's a random dice roll, right? Like even if you use dice reroll, nothing is insured, right? You can use dice reroll and you could get something worse or the same result. Yeah, like Lord Poison just like straight up summoned something. Like I don't know why they gave Vegito this downside. Although again, Lord Poison, Invasion of Chaos, so that sets a little more tilted in its favor. Zolga's also like bad, but at least has 1700 attack. And if you do attribute something, you do get a lot of life points, which is like, okay. Like I think it's D. I don't think it's any better than D, but it's at least theoretically more playable. And Keldo, I think it's also bad if I recall. Once destroyed, select two cards from your opponent's graveyard and then shuffle them in the deck. Yeah, I mean yeah. I can kind of see it as like anti-chaos stuff, but it's like it's nowhere near as good as like Kaiku. And its attack is just so low. It's just no, no, thank you. Yeah, actually, that could be a fun idea for a stream that I'm thinking about. Like just watching some of my short films. I would like to at some point though, to watch like rewatch some of my Yu-Gi-Oh history on stream, but like like do like commentary and stuff over it. I think that's a possibility once I'm done like the tier list things. Possibly do something like that with like my OCG content stuff or like my like early videos. I think there's a lot of things I could do with that. That could be a lot of fun. But one thing at a time, I guess. I wonder if we can get to 10 likes this stream. That'd be cool. Or get to 100 views. Usually these streams do get a little more views in like the VODs, so I don't stress it out. Plus, I'm having a hoot. Hope you all are too. Legendary Flame Lord. This guy looks kind of cool. Let's see, level 7. Each time your opponent activates a spell card, he gets a spell counter, remove 3. Destroy all monsters on the field except for him. That's not too terribly bad because it's either player destroys all monsters. You can't destroy your own, but it's essentially a fire version of Daedalus, kind of. I think it's a C. It's it's fun. It's fun. I'll give it that. Let's see, paralyzing metalizing parasite Lunatite. Lunatite sounds like a Pokemon. Are you sure? Each time you or your opponent activates one spell card. It's both players. I'm literally reading the card. See, Lunatite. It's a union. Whoa, a union monster? What's that? It is kind of interesting that this is one set after unions, and I think this is the only union monster in the entire set. There's no union support otherwise. That's kind of interesting. Let's see. He can equip to a monster, and they're unaffected by spell cards your opponent controls. And then he also acts as battle protection. That's not bad as far as that goes. It's not. It's just the effects of spell cards too. So your opponent could like Raigeki, and they would be safe. I think that's a C. I don't. It's. I won't say it's particularly playable, but its effect is there. Let's talk about some of these Archfiends, shall we? So, I believe Shadow Knight's pretty bad. How bad is he? 900 life points. It's a hefty upkeep. Let's see. When he's targeted by a card controlled by your opponents, roll a dice. It's 3 negate. Battle damage he's inflicted is half. Yeah, that's really bad. Yo, Esteban Romero, what's up? Hey, Janjo, different dimension dragon equipped with Heart of Clear Water was nearly unkillable back then. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna get to different dimension dragon. We have not gotten to him yet, but he's right here. Here's the current list. Yeah, I think this guy is just really bad. But is he F tier? That's the question. He does have a lot of upkeep. He doesn't really inflict much battle damage. His effect is essentially useless otherwise. So like you rather just run Archfiend Soldier, because at least Terror King, he's kind of like your main cheese. Like he negates monster effects destroyed by battle. He has more of a chance to negate effects. Yeah, this guy just seems like just really outclassed, like on arrival, by his own archetype, no less. Because Terror King also has 2,000 attack, but he's just better. Now you could do like a skill drain deck. Skill drain. Oh, okay. I'm gonna bump him up to D just because I feel like, in regards to like skill drain, 2,000 is not terrible. But still, like he's like the kind of card, like, if you're running Shadow Knight, you definitely want to run Pandemonium in that kind of build. Yeah, like Terror King, like, yeah, you need a Terror King Archfiend, like, or an Arch monster on the field already, but you are getting more benefits with Terror King. Like, your main things are going to be like Terror King and Archfiend Soldier. And typically, like, you're throwing, like, you got Infernal Queen. But typically, if you're running an Archfiend deck, then you're not going to be like, you might not want to max out on him, but he's certainly like one of the better ones. It's kind of the same thing with like Falling Down, right? Like, you can get that chain going. Deathstroke is pretty solid too, from what I remember. When he's targeted by a card effect, if you roll a 3, negate it. But when he's destroyed, or when a Terror King Archfiend is destroyed, you can discard him to special summon the Terror King Archfiend. Because remember, Terror King can be special summoned whenever. I think Deathstroke is pretty tight. He's probably more on the long lines of like a D, because he's kind of like an Archfiend hand trap. But he also works in regards to like the Pandemonium thing. Yeah, Terror King can be summoned with Marauding Captain. Like, he can be special summoned. It's just normal summoning is like the weird thing. Like, Pandemonium works with stuff like Deathstroke Archfiend and things like that. So that's where we want to play him a bit more. Whereas Dark Bishop, let's see, when another Archfiend, or I guess an Archfiend monster, doesn't say, just says an Archfiend, targeted by a card effect, you can roll 1, 3, or 6, negate, and destroy the card. It's a good effect, but the stats are like way too low, I think. But I guess theoretically, I don't know, I just feel like Deathstroke is more useful because you can at least set Deathstroke and have it be used as like a defender. Because Dark Bishop only like protects one thing that's like targeted. I think he's probably like down here too. I think there's like a clear tier of these guys. I like how the old Archfiends are based off chess pieces. Oh yeah, that's really cool. I really dig that like aesthetic. We need one that's like checkers or tic tac toe. I think that's it for Arch. No, Vile Pawn. The Prawn. Vile Prawn Archfiend. When he's targeted, if it's a 3 negated, okay, whatever, they all have something like that. As long as it's on the field, your opponent cannot attack other face-up Archfiend cards. Does this create a lock if you have 2 Vile Pawns on the field? Like it's a bit useful in the sense that they have to go after him, which he doesn't have high attack, which is like you just do more protection with him compared to something like like Command Knight. Where Command Knight has like good stats relatively. Like Marauding Captain has like kind of more useless or more uses. I think he's probably just gonna be on the same thing. I think the other ones don't really match like these guys in terms of like overall uses. And even that really, it's like these are like the two big ones, the Soldier and Terror King. Where these guys like you can use them if you want to run more of like a dedicated Archfiend deck. Some are slightly better than others, but not by a whole lot. But they are certainly better than Guardians, though, for sure. So Goblin agreed. Another player can discard from their hands cost. This seems kind of bad because it seems like it probably screws you over too from using a lot of cards, like Raigeki Break, for example. Because it seems like most of the time that if you're using it to stop the opponent, like how many things are like unless you're using this as like a modern tech against Dark World, eh, in which a lot of Dark World cards you could probably just normal summon an attack over and get your stuff off. I assume if you put that in your deck, you wouldn't play. Yeah, like, you probably wouldn't play much, but would that be putting you at a disadvantage? Because like as we kind of have appearing to be, there's a lot of cards that discard as cost. And he also has fairly weak stats too. And like, is it really preventing your opponent from doing too much either? That they can't just get over him? So we're almost at 10 likes too. We only have one more like before we get 10. It seems more interesting than it is. Like I give him a C. Great Maju Garzet. Tap becomes twice the original attack of the tributed monster. So the card. That's honestly not too bad. If you tribute a monster with 1800 attack, then he has 3600. Tribute 15, he gets 3000. He's only one tribute. Tributes come as all 5000 attack. Yeah, I'd give him a C. Fine, I guess. Would it be better just to run like a protection back row card? Probably. Because it's not an Archfiend monster, it's a Pandemonium monster. Like he has okay defense, and it's cool that you can protect it, but it's also like I don't know, just feel like you just rather want run better cards than him. I don't hate him though. I wouldn't put him in F tier, but I feel like I would have to be convincing myself to put him in C. Let's do Arsenal Robber. Your opponent selects a equip soul from their deck and sends it to the grave. I, I mean, again, I can kind of see that in D. It's kind of cheeky, right? They have to send, typically what like Snatch, Steal, Prima, Unite We Stand, Mage Power, maybe Acts of Despair. Maybe if they're like, Archfiend, maybe an Elma if like limited things, but it feels like more times than not, you're probably not gonna get the result you want because you don't get the choice. Like they get to pick, which I think is the crux of the issue. I think this card would be better if it's like a Mind Crush kind of thing, right? Where you declare an equip spell card, and if your opponent has that in their deck, they have to discard like all copies of it or something like that. That would be better because that would be a really cool like anti-equip strategy. But you especially don't want to see that nowadays because you just send Divine Sword Phoenix Blade. And yeah, you'd rather not do that. I think anyway. So yeah, Staunch Defender. You can only activate this card when your opponent declares an attack. So if face a monster on your side of the field, it returns your opponent can only attack that monster. So it's a trap ring of magnetism. Yeah. I guess it's like I can see some use out of it. I suppose primarily if you have a defender or like a big monster. It's very specific. Probably not the type of card you want to play, especially when like Sakuretsu's in this set. But yeah, it's as much as I'm probably going to give that. Non-spellcasting area. All face-up monsters on the field except for effect monsters are unaffected by spell cards. All face-up monsters on the field except for effect monsters. So this is for normal monsters. Yeah, this is kind of cool. I think I've seen people like mess around with this a little bit. I don't think it's actually seen any like competitive play. No. But it is kind of interesting. Um Although yeah, I think the classic issue is like what are you really protecting them from? And I think that's the crux of my issue with the card. That spell cards, I mean, there is stuff to protect them from, I guess. It's like a weird blanket protection for normal monsters. Is that a C or a D? That's what I wonder. I could see arguments. So we'll just stick some of these cards together. Let's see, Maju Garzette. To tax becomes equal to the combined. Okay, so essentially just the other guy, but two tributes. This is worse just because of its two tributes, and I feel like you can get plenty of value from Great Maju Garzette. At that point, it's like you could I assume you could possibly OTK with it, but I feel like you get more specific increase with because Maju it just doubles the attack. Garzette, it if you tribute a monster with like 1800 attack and then with 1200 attack, it's not like you're getting this gigantic attack, right? So I think that's kind of like the main issue with the card. I rather have something that's one tribute and doubles the attack than something with two tributes and just combines the attack. See, let's talk about Berserk Dragon, shall we? It's a really cool card. It has to be summoned with Deer from the Dark Ruler. Can attack all monsters on your opponent's side of the field, which is kind of cool. 3500 attack, good stats. Well, good attack anyway. Cannot attack directly if you attack any monsters first. All right, that's fair. Increase attack by 500 during each of your end phases, which again, he has 3500 attack, so it would be a few turns for him to live anyway. So, but I think the bigger question is deal with the Dark Ruler. What are we doing to subbing this guy out? Because I think him as himself, he could also use like skill drain with him technically, but I think he's C. I think that fact that he can just attack everything is a cool effect with high attack. I deal with a Dark Ruler. It's not a ritual, by the way, which I think is interesting. It's a quick play. When a level 8 or higher monster is destroyed, you can summon from your hand or deck. So that's a bit worse. I think that's a D. It has to be like a high level monster. It's cool that you can summon from hand or deck, which is really nice. But just getting that big monster out there to begin with, it's a little troubling. Though I do wonder if anyone has ever tried to like tech this in like a some sort of chaos deck, whether it's like chaos format or goat format, right? Like a BLS gets destroyed, and then you just bring out Berserk Dragon. I mean, that sounds fun as hell. I don't know about you. That sounds pretty fucking fun to me. Okay, let's see here. Dibba dabba dabba doo. Death's Feral Imp. Flip, and then he recurs. Select one card from your graveyard, add it to your deck, and then shuffle your deck. Um, yeah, that's pretty bad. I don't think it's F, but I think that's pretty bad. It reminds me of like Dog Marin, where I could see some potential uses, right? You can do something with like I don't know, like Gravekeeper Spy or like if something was discarded, like a I don't know, Red Ice Metal Dragon, or something, something that you prefer to be in the deck and not in the graveyard. They're better cards, but it's not the end of the world. Different Dimension Dragon cannot be destroyed by spell or trap cards. That does not target it. Okay, so it can't be destroyed by like Raigeki or Dark Hole. Card is not destroyed as a result of battle with 900 or less. Okay, so it's kind of like a kind of neat. It's an interesting card. It has low attack. I think that's like the main annoying thing. But I remember someone with S-Bomb was mentioning a Heart of Clear Water. Let me get a refresher of that card. It's a really cool looking card. Okay, so he fits the bill for being equipped by it. He's not destroyed by battle or by card effect of cards that target the monster. Okay, so then nothing can target or destroy him. Does that include monster effects? Card effect targets a monster. It'd have to be like a non-targeting monster effect. Though you do have like kind of the inherent issue of like the cards, like what is it doing otherwise? Because it has such a low attack. Um, but you know what? I'll put it in D. Or C. I mean, I think it's definitely has a lot more interest in like hard to clear water type of decks, and it is really annoying to get rid of if you get that thing on it. Because I mean, you have to destroy hard to clear water. Is like that, or use like a like a tribe infecting virus. But am I being too kind to it? Is the question here? Y'all ever just summon Keldo? Yo, what's up, Necromancy? Do I? No. I believe I have a vampire format Ishizu deck, but it's I think might have made like a goat version too, but it's super jank. Am I being too kind with different Dimension Dragon? Like hard to clear water is cool, but in character deck formats there it's okay. Like if it's really good with hard to clear water, but I'm just thinking, what do you do with it? Right? Like what is the game plan aside from it can't be destroyed by like most things, aside from backer removal and like tribe. Yeah, I'm gonna bump him down to D. I think I was just a little bit in. I think I was more interested in it than I'm like think. I just it's one of those cards you think about. You're like, well, it doesn't do anything, and hard to clear water kind of like limits it compared to like you can't equip it with like an axe to spare and hard to clear water. Like it's good for like stalling, but there are better stall cards. Like we recently got Spirit Reaper. Let alone if you even consider something like Keldo, which is essentially just Fairy Wall of Illusion. Let's see, Mirage Knight. It's a quick refresher on the list for anyone who's joining in. By the way, you're almost at 100 views, 99 views in about 3.5 hours. It does exciting stuff. See, Mirage Knight is kind of neat, where you summon it from Dark Flare Knight, and then he essentially just destroys a monster. Increase attack by the original attack destroy monster. So he gets really strong, but then he's banished. So he's essentially, it's neat. He seems more annoying to get out because with Dark Flare Knight, which whole thing is like, hey, you need to destroy it by battle, which you take 0 damage, which is nice. Essentially, summon this, crash into a monster, and get Mirage Knight out. Which with Scientist is very easy to do because you're already, if you're running Scientist, you're 100% running Dark Flare Knight. I have played entire decks dedicated to Mirage Knight, and it was the worst thing I could do 9% of the time. Yeah, that's kind of the problem with it. I'm feeling D. Like, I feel like its effect is cool and it looks cool, but it's such a pain in the butt to get out, typically speaking. Unless you're playing a format with, like, Magical Scientist. But even so, I feel like it would hurt my soul to put him to F. I could see where people would consider that because again, if you're running Magical Scientist, you're absolutely running Dark Flare Knight because he has like the highest attack. So you could, crash into something and use Mirage Knight just to get it out. But at that, yeah, same point, if you're running that, you're probably having more strategy for like Catapult Turtle, and then why run Mirage Knight? It's kind of more bricky than anything. The special summons from okay, Hander deck. Okay, well that's just Hander deck. I mean, Konami is learning. Cause like if you tack over like a high like a let's say Blue Eyes White Dragon, this guy gets 3,800 attack. If you're attacking over a summon skull, that's he's getting like 5,300 attack. You know, like it's definitely like specific. Punching over over a monarch, he gets a lot of attack. A Dark Flare and it has low enough stats where it can like it has to crash with big monsters basically. So it's just like it's a fun little almost like tech card, and I could see it in like a catapult thing, on paper, right, where you get your opponent's life points a bit lower to like ensure that turtle OTK. Also, he's cool as fuck. I mean, I don't take aesthetics into account, but I mean he's pretty cool. I mean, look at this freaking super rare print. I mean, look at that. He's gorgeous. Yo, Valuta, what's up? No, we still have some cards. We've gone through like a majority of it, but we still got cards to go. But I would still recommend to watch the whole thing, at some point because I do have some fun rants and things. Yeah, he's pretty cool looking, and that's what matters. At most, definitely be a fun of one copy card. Yeah, yeah, it's just like a fun, like janky, like I want to run this just because I want to run it type of deal. See, non-spellcasting area. This one I kind of skipped earlier because I'm still thinking about it. Where it's neat. I feel like I'm leaning towards D. Well, I can see your rankings with DM Arisess and with this little that. Let me reread this. Well, I can see your ranking the DM set with a title that it's rally, I guess. I think I'm confused. I think non-spellcasting area is cool. I can see what they're going for, but I'm always just kind of worried that there's just not enough spell cards to really make full use of it, right? Like to protect your normal monsters from spell effects. I think that's my like main issue with it. Let's see, Cyber Raider. Cyber Raider looks cool. See, when he's summoned, you can either equip a monster, select an equip card, equip to a monster, and destroy it, or select an equip card, equip to one monster on the field, equip it to this card. That's kind of interesting, right? Either destroys the equip card or he steals it for himself. I think on depending on what it is, you at least get the option. I don't know how useful that is when you could, I don't know, just run a fissure. But you could potentially like get some, like you could potentially steal a snatch steal. You could potentially take a, United We Stand or one of these Guardian cards. He seems very specific though. I think that's like the issue with Cyber Raider. That he seems to have like a solid effect. Ooh, a Scully Cyber Raider deck. I'd be interested in that. Yeah, I'm feeling more C because I think like from a card design standpoint, it's a lot more interesting to like consider than the D tier cards. Where it's like, okay, I can see you like maybe having this like in a side deck, right? If there's like a I don't know, like a Mataza deck or something like that. Steel Unite, we stand. All of a sudden, you got like a really beefy card, or as like a counter to a Snatch Steel, or maybe even a Falling Down. It's a bit too Winmore, but I appreciate the card design. I think more so than the other cards like under the list. But he's another one where I could see putting him in a D tier. See where Kaiser Glider. Kaiser Glider looks really cool. Big golden mechanical dragon. He's not destroyed by battle with monsters with the same attack. Don't know how often that's coming up. Like Jinzo, guess comes to mind. When it's destroyed by grave, when it's destroyed, sent to the graveyard, return a monster on the field to the hand. That's kind of neat. It's unfortunate that it's a forced effect, but if he's being destroyed by battle, your opponent's going to have to return that monster. And if he's destroyed by battle, most likely they are going to have to be a stronger monster, in which they'll probably send them back. Also, the fortunate isn't Scully like stepping away from goat format? I think I saw like that announcement. He's like moving everything over to like JDZ. Which, if true, that's unfortunate. I've always enjoyed Scully. I've always enjoyed his content. I feel like Kaiser Glider. You update your goat decks. My EDO Pro thing is like I essentially only use it as like my goat format deck library. I have like some decks on there from the past, but at this point is like it is just where I put my goat format decks, and it is like a gigantic list of like decks and builds and things. I don't really know, but it would be understandable because he unfortunately has to focus more on his job and family. I mean, yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. Um, it's probably I don't think it was that long ago either. See if I can find this. Yeah. Scully is moving. So Jay Z will be taking ownership over the Discord Patreon YouTube. So, which I think is kind of funny because I think for a while Jay Z's like, it's not my thing, it's not my thing, and now it's like going to be his thing. um, yeah, it's kind of a shame. It's like so many people are just have been leaving, like notable like figureheads. He'll still be around to offer support and help running. It sounds like he will still plan to like to do stuff like updating the website and occasionally like streaming stuff, but like playing in events. But it seems like he's moving like the main things over to JDZ. Yeah, I mean it's just the nature of the business. At least they have people that are able to take over it. Um, hey, you got an ad? Whoa, never happens. But yeah, like I was saying, like, at least people have the option to like, hey, can you take over this thing? And like JDZ is doing like, a phenomenal job. We've seen people, such as yourself, kind of come and go in the goat format thing, and it is what it is. At least the format's like continuing on, doing fun stuff. So It is what it is. It's unfortunate, but I think this is overall, the Go format still going on strong, so I'm happy to see it. I'm feeling this guy might be. Where does Kaiser Glider go? C or D? I'm leaning towards C. He can't be taken care of by like certain monsters, but those are also more like specifics. I mean, if you want to talk about people leaving YouTube, I tell you, there's like the entire speed duel community, except for like only a handful of people just left. It's crazy. What do we think about Kaiser Glider? Thoughts, questions, concerns? Meanwhile, let me look at checkmate here. See, tribute an archfiend. Terror King can attack directly during the turn. Eh, like 2,000 direct damage is like pretty good, so I can't. But like tributing a monster just for a direct attack seems like you'd rather play other cards, like a monster destruction. Kaiser is a card that exists. Yeah, not surprised the speed dual format is so small now. I mean, it's a lot of it also comes down to just Konami's lack of support for the game, right? Just releasing like one set ever so often, especially from the Streets of Battle City, which was a tier 0 format, just because of one seal card that. Because otherwise, that format would have been absolutely phenomenal. I really enjoy Streets of Battle City, but My Precious Queen just ruined everything. It spoiled the bunch, which it sucks. But this format seems kind of interesting. I bought the uh, first time I bought 3 of the boxes because I really enjoy Streets of Battle City. So I'm like this one. I'm like, all right, well, let me get the boxes so I can make decks. I think Speed Duels is highly enjoyable. I really enjoy Speed Duels. It's a lot of like classic style Yu-Gi-Oh, but with a bit more of a modernized approach to it. Like I know Odd Toxin has been like getting back into things, but like Curse of and like Team JDG have dropping off. Same thing with like A Vault stopped doing stuff like a while ago, and uh, Rook's Table too kind of stopped doing. It's like it was a lot of like the big ones too. So if you do want to get into speed duels in terms of like YouTube stuff, and like now's the time, I guess, because the market is there's not much there for the people meeting like demand for stuff. So like someone has to go to somewhere. You know what I mean? Like someone's got to make it. For a lot of people, it's likely stress and feeling lack of creative fulfillment. Don't want to derail things. Yeah, I mean that's just YouTube. Like you got to find a good balance, right? And I've definitely struggled with it in the past, and sometimes I still do. Sometimes I go in like ebbs and flows. But I've just been doing this stuff for like a decade now. um, where you do have to kind of understand, I guess, like your game plan, what you're doing and stuff, like how much content you can make without melting your brain. Because like last year, like a few years ago, I was doing like 3 videos a week. I was doing like a discussion, a deck profile, and like something else. Last year I was doing like a video a week. And now instead of like 4 videos a month, 4 or 5 videos a month, I'm only doing 3 videos a month now. Right? I'm doing like I've doing the series that people like, but also I like too, which is important to find like a happy medium. It's all about finding like a happy medium, really. But Yu-Gi-Oh history, Yu-Gi-Oh CG, and the side deck. So I got like my main bread and butter, like a side alternate kind of series because people like OCG stuff, and then just something I can talk about whatever. Which leaves me like an extra week that I don't need to upload something, and then if I need to cut something for whatever reason, I'll cut the side deck. Like I have something that's not like the main thing, so if I need to cut that, I can cut that. Because my content's made like months in advance, right? Sometimes it's 1 month, and the way I can produce my content, which is like I have streamlined like the video process, make it as simple as I could do, so it wouldn't melt my brain. Um, so potentially, I can start creating more of a backlog. So like now I'm producing content for June right now. So I'm not too stressed on like getting videos out like weekly or anything like that. I think there's a lot of important stuff when it comes to like planning and just kind of considering when to do stuff. Scheduling helps a lot, I will say. When I started scheduling videos instead of like, making a video, uploading it, scheduling helps a lot. So I'm kind of more forced to be like, all right, if I'm making a video, it has to be on like this day, on this week, on this month, and I have to stick to that. Sometimes, like the end of the like back in December, I did that like kind of whole week of uploads, and that was mainly because I had so much backlog at the time. I was like, I gotta upload these videos because there have been times I've had a video made like, and I just didn't upload it for like 6 months to like almost a year. So like if I get to that point, then I'll do like a special thing. If I do a themed month, like I did with like the Metal Raiders month or the GX month, I did those, or sometimes like the Halloween month. Those are a bit more like on the fly because those are usually more last minute decision things. But those are far and few between. Those are something if I'm like, hey, it'd be fun to do this, and those are more passion projects. So I'm more geared to do those, like twice a year. And again, I've been doing this YouTube stuff. Like I was doing video game stuff. No data stream will end shortly unless you restart your streaming software. But why? Oh, excellent connection. Okay, thank God that fixed itself. Um. Anyway, I I was looking at my Wi-Fi looks fine. Okay, I guess it's good now. Anyway, I was saying, it's like when I started doing Yu-Gi-Oh stuff, I was still learning, but it wasn't like I was starting at zero from from a, like a video production sense, right? Like I still had an idea how to like edit certain things, like do thumbnails, promotion, and obviously I can still do stuff better and all that, but it definitely helps kind of having more of like a focus and thinking more of like a channel, like a television channel kind of thing, right? Like you go, every Sunday at 6 p.m. The Simpsons is on Fox, right? Like that's gonna be like the time and place for your thing. The kind of you go on certain channel to like see certain kind of content. Um, and if you don't want to make a video, don't force yourself to make it. I mean, there's times where it's been a bit before I make a video. And sometimes all you need to do is just some time to kind of like recharge yourself. You definitely need to do something you want to. But you also just need to keep in mind too that what at least in terms of having it where people would also want to watch. Like if you want to build up like a YouTube channel too, it's like you got to meet like audience demand somewhere, right? Because there's got to be some sort of demand. Um, and you don't think about it for the money either, because it'll never work out for the money for most people. Like this is I get paid every couple months, but it's not even that much. Um, but but the purpose for this channel is more of like an historical way to like catalog things as opposed to like an entertainment channel. Like it's easy to make us something that people are more inclined to watch, something that's more inherently useful, like cooking or house skills, stuff like that, music. Um, but it's really all about finding a happy medium. between it all. Like I've made I've had series and stuff on this channel like Yu-Gi-Oh stuff that bomb. Um, my podcast, one example that one never does well, but it's also not something where I do monthly. It's just kind of whenever I want to do it, I'll do it, and I'll just take the low views for that because I enjoy doing that. But I'm not gonna lie, like I enjoy doing the OCG stuff, but also people like watching it. So I was like, okay, well, if you want more OCG stuff, then I'll do more OCG stuff. There's other stuff I've done in the past where like they've got like no views. So I'm like, all right, I just won't do it because you know, I'm not too terribly invested in it. I don't, it's not like my history series where that's more of a project for me. Which, in retrospect, I may have not done if I didn't realize exactly how long that would take. Honestly, surprised how little support there was for the podcast. Yeah, I thought there'd be more people too. Like, I got decent views for the most serious duelist one, but like, and like some of like the YouTuber ones, like I kind of get right, like B Socks um or JDZ, but even something like Anthony Alvarado or Ryan Spicer, like I thought those were at least get like a little bit more. But like I get excited for doing it just because I get to talk to like cool people. I mean, how many people get to just have a hour long chat with an SJC champion? I mean, no one else is doing that. You need to watch more of a history of OCG. Yeah, watch that in my Yu-Gi-Oh CG series. Um, I will have a Series 4 video in June, which is going to be very exciting. Probably going to do an OCG month for that, where it's going to have like 3 OCG videos. Um, but they're all good videos, I think. I mean, Series 3 is my longest video I have on the channel. It's an entire hour. More like OCG June, OC June. Yeah, because I'm working on because I did Series 4 and then I'm working on another Yu-Gi-Oh CG for that, and then the side deck will be some OCG themed thing. Is still helping. Uh, for what? In general, yes. Um, I currently have all my notes for the Yu-Gi-Oh CG video. I just need to write the script. Um, and then figure out the base concept for the side deck video. But there's a lot of like fun stuff coming up though, which I'm very excited for. And again, it goes back to the thing where like I wouldn't have done Series 4 if I didn't have all this stuff done in advance. If I didn't have all these videos like already done. Also helps that I work from home and sometimes I get free time. um, especially the last couple of weeks. Cause like honestly, like the main Yu-Gi-Oh history stuff, it's not the most terribly exciting thing for me to do. I enjoy like making it for people. I get way more enjoyment doing the OCG content personally, but I do like to see like just the game of Yu-Gi-Oh evolve, and there are definitely formats that excite me more than others, and I have to sort of find angles for each like format to like interest me because I've been doing this Yu-Gi-Oh history thing since like 2020. So you know, at some point it gets a little banal. Um, but I do what I can. I think the upcoming videos are interesting. Got the Abyss format one next week, and then the week after that's Meadowlands, which again, because I have this stuff done in advance, I figured I'll do a Series 4. People haven't really been asking for it like they were for Series 3, but I wanted to do it anyway because I at least want to talk about like OCG goats to some degree. Although, fair warning, you're hearing it here. Uh, it's not like it's a deep dive on like OCG goats per se, just because that it wasn't really like a format in Japan. But I do talk about like the stuff leading up to it, the events where I would consider to be OCG goat. With that with that ban list and everything like that. But that's kind of the angle. I think OCG is just inherently interesting for people too. Also, something not many people are covering. But I also don't think that many people are really, it's not like anyone's really doing what I'm doing with the regular history series either. Um, in regards to like in depth format by format, like historical discussion stuff. There's like progression series and stuff, but I mean, it's not the same. It's very much a whole different beast. Hey, why is Rod of the Mind's I and F? Because it's terrible. That's why. Rod of the Mind's Eye. It's because it doesn't really do anything. Let me bring that card up again. Yeah, it changes damage to 1,000. It's like it's good for weak monsters and against opposing monsters. Like you're saving a little bit of life points, but it's like really bad. I have a bad memory sometimes. Did you do a video about the first Xyz format? Yes. Yeah, you may as well use Access to Spare. I mean, if it's an opponent's monster, that's like the problem. Run any sort of battle trap or removal. If it's your own monster, just run any better card. um, yes, it was Tengu Plant formats video. All of my Zexal era format videos, um, they have a different thumbnail where it's like it's the same kind of framework as like the history stuff, but it's like a space themed, like Zexal. Another case of me being a little like little bored for the whole thing. I'm like, I'm gonna spice it up a little bit. But yeah, the Tengu Plant video, um, might theoretically be good in Weenies decks. Yeah, it's I find memories of school trying to think how it could be useful. I mean, yeah, like when you're pulling cards from packs in school, you're like, how can I like one card that comes to my mind when I was a kid was oh, what was it called? It was like the Zero Magic Gravity Crusher. The one where you like discard a spell to deal 500 damage from Pharaoh's Servant. I like made a deck around that. I'm like, oh, this has to be good, right? It deals 500 damage just by discarding a card. It can burn, and then didn't work out. What were we thinking about Kaiser Glide? I totally for went a long tangent, which I'm happy to do. By the way, I don't mind just venting about things. I don't socialize you terribly often. It's so cold and rainy outside. Yeah, I don't watch like bigger Yugi tubers or anything like that. I just support the smaller guys. I used to watch like bigger YouTubers, but then when I started doing my own content, I just wanted to do more my own thing. I didn't want like any like influence, I guess, from like bigger channels. Or I think part of it also is that I don't want to look at like bigger channels and like kind of feel down on myself. Like, oh, we're like they're bigger, they're doing this fun stuff, they're doing successful things. And I don't need that negativity to affect my own stuff. I would just kind of be on like my own on my own island here. No, I do watch like bigger channels of like other things. And one thing I will say, if you do want to find like kind of like a unique edge for your channel, this is kind of what I do, is that look at channels outside of like your genre or like niche. Um, that channels that like you like a lot that do a completely different thing, but you're like, I like their style, I kind of like what they're like going for. Let me try to like incorporate some of that like style, some of that vibes with mine. Like there's a lot of channels that I enjoy that do um like video game content, for example, that I watched a lot when I was doing video game content, but now I'm kind of incorporating some of their elements that I enjoy into like the Yu-Gi-Oh sphere, which I feel like is my whole brand, kind of its own like unique take on it. Kaiser Glider. Yeah, where do I want Kaiser Glider? Has he ever been used in like any deck? Um, one top 8 Frog Monarch in 2012 in the side deck. Don't know what for. Apparently YouTube really likes when I do the odd video essays. Hey, video essays are popular. That Weevil video of mine got more surprising amount of views. It was being pushed by YouTube. Yeah, and sometimes YouTube just pushes random stuff. Again, things also are important like thumbnail and title, SEO stuff, right? Like naming things like a specific way. It's a lot of it's like playing the game, which is, I mean, that's how Mr. Beast got like huge, right? He had a group of friends, they all studied like the system, and they mastered the game of YouTube basically. Like they learned what makes it tick and what makes it work. Um which of course is harder in some niches than others. And it helps when you have like a team of people. Like it would be awesome if I had like a whole team of people, but I don't make like any money from this like to pay people to do stuff. Not too long ago, I watched a video about 10 weirdest dragsters. Recommend. Yeah, like I'll watch like the most random shit sometimes on YouTube and just find it fascinating. I go in a rabbit hole. Like you have no idea how many Marmot videos get recommended to me. Kaiser Glider is pretty good, just better cards for its slot. Yeah, it's a bit outdated, I think. Like it would have been better if it was released in like I don't know. Like closer to like Jinzo's heyday, you know? As like a counter to Jinzo basically. That would have been way more interesting to me, right? This was released in like Labyrinth of Nightmare and not Dark Crisis. But that said, like I don't think it's like it's not bad, right? Like Jinzo can't destroy it. I feel like I'm trying to reason my. I know you mentioned reasoning, but I feel like I'm trying to reason myself to put it in C. Um, like Jinzo can't destroy it. It bounces like Summon Skull or higher stuff. Yeah, once you start watching something from like another content like genre, it just fills your feed. Like they know what you're doing. Niche to experience something new. Yeah, like you gotta keep in mind like inherent like human desires and stuff too, right? Like that's why things that like music and cooking will always be relevant, whereas something like you know speed duels, for example, may not always be relevant. And I think for like my sake, one thing that keeps me pushing forward is like, and maybe it's a bit egotistical of me, but I feel like I'm doing a service. of just having all these things like existing online in an English way. Um, and I just enjoy talking about this shit too. I could talk about Yu-Gi-Oh and YouTube stuff all day. Like there have been some times where I consider quitting YouTube, like pre-YouTube or pre-Yu-Gi-Oh era stuff. Um, which I stuck to it, and I eventually did Yu-Gi-Oh because that's just what I wanted to do. I enjoyed doing that kind of stuff, and also because also me personally, I've always enjoyed history. Like I've always been a big history guy. That was always one of my favorite subjects on like in school. Sometimes at night I'll just watch like history videos. My dad's like super into history stuff. Probably got it from him. Um, so it's like combining this thing I loved like from childhood. I seen Yu-Gi-Oh since it first aired, so I can bring that aspect and this other aspect of like the type of education that I like, and I can kind of combine the two with my hobby of filmmaking. So it's like get all these funnels of things that like, okay, this should theoretically work. Which also brings in the issue of I edit for work and then I edit for a hobby, which yeah, maybe I should find a different pastime, but it is what it is. Sometimes I do wish I had more time to do an additional hobby or two because I'm quite the hobbyist. But it's I can't do too many things at once because I have to focus more on specific things. Facebook is the absolute worst. Yeah, Facebook's kind of trash. Yeah, I only use it to talk to friends, like on Messenger. That's the only reason why I keep mine. Because when I did gaming stuff, I had like all the social medias, right? I had like the Instagram, I used like Snapchat and Facebook and Twitter. And I have been using Twitter a little more now just for advertising, but generally I just like stopped doing all that stuff. Just focused. I mean, I guess I got a Discord now, but I really just primarily focus on like specific things. Like I don't always post on Twitter. Discord is kind of more automatic and just a way for me to chat with other people, like YouTube related. Um, I mean it's mainly honestly it's mainly just a way to advertise and try not to look at it as a way of like actually social per se. Um, even though obviously like on Discord, it's like I'll talk to people. Um, but you have to keep in mind like the main function of like a lot of these things. There's always gonna be something that replaces something else, right? I mean, I really don't have like again, like I delete so much on my phone, like social media stuff. Like I don't have Twitter on my phone. Like I it's just like I got Slack, YouTube, Discord, Messenger, but it's all about like keeping like a healthy balance, right? Like it's all the internet. It's all online. None of it's real. It's all fake. We're all gonna die eventually. I'll die sad and alone. That's how it's all gonna end. But hey, what about Shinado, King of a Higher Plane? Where's this card at? The Noah card. Let's see. Tiny text. When it destroys defense position, inflicts damage equals to the attack. 3 good stats. Effect is a little specific. He's C. I think he's fine. I don't think he's like outright bad. Again, he has good stats. He's probably closer to like Flame Lord. I think. Let's see, then Contract with the Abyss. I remember this card being like pretty solid. It's just a generic dark ritual spell, which is really cool. Though you have to tribute from your hand to equal the level. That's kind of the only caveat. I think the fact that they made like a somewhat generic ritual spell is a little bit ahead of its time, and I think it's still used to this day, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. I might be thinking with a different card. Contract with the Abyss. Yeah, it was using like Demise OTK. So I'm a little surprised it wasn't seen like anything beyond 2007. But I mean, that said, advanced ritual art also existed too, which is typically better. I have a lot of friends from websites that don't exist anymore, and sadly, Facebook is the only place they use. Yeah, like there's a lot of people like I talk with that it's pretty much only on Facebook. So, and a lot of people on there. Honestly, if I delete my Facebook, I'd probably still find a way to like talk to specific people. But it has its use, so I'll keep it for now. Let's see. I feel like this is probably C tier. Also, Contract with the Abyss. It is a bit of an unfortunate drawback of like one has to be a dark, it has to be from hand, and it has to equal the exact level. So it does have some fair drawbacks to it. Yeah, it seems to just be like a very small time. There were a couple decks of Demise OTK and '07 that ran it, but generally speaking, I think they kind of prefer to do like advanced ritual art. I do wish that like ritual cards were just I get it, it stems from the manga, but I kind of wish they made ritual cards kind of like how they did it like early equip spells, right? Where you had like one for like earth equip for one or one from earth rituals and a dark ritual and things like that were a little bit more generic than each monster needed their own rituals. Like it's fine if like some had their own, but it would be nice if they Konami released like a set of just more generic ones. Which leads us to the final card, Exodia Necros. Where is this big beauty? There you are. Take a look at this guy. I mean, he's a sick looking card. I love the card. But unfortunately, he's pretty horrendous. Basically, only works with Painful Choice. Necros is just so bad. Yeah, he looks awesome. It's like Mirage Knight, at least I could kind of like see a fringe use. But this guy, okay, so you need contract. Like he can't be destroyed by spell or traps. In your standby phases, he gains 500 points, which would be great if you had to summon during your main phase 1 at minimum. And destroyed if any of the pieces are of Exort not in the graveyard. Whereas contract, wherever you are, there you are. Next page. You need the 5 pieces in the grave to special summon from your hand. I wish contract special summon from hand or deck, because we've shown with like Mirage Knight, like they're not opposed to summoning from the deck. Um, yeah, so he can be beaten over by a Gemini elf, in which you have to wait till like a whole turn to get that 500 boost. Like I wish he wasn't affected by spell or traps, and that he had a default 2500 attack. That would have made him a lot better. They did all they could to make him hard to play. Yeah, basically they made him the real forbidden one. Yeah, forbidden from putting him in my deck. It's like I get having like the pieces in the grave to like I'm fine with that drawback, but yeah, it's just his attack is like way too low to start, and his protection isn't by that much. Like he can still be snatch stolen, he can still be tribe infected, He can still be Gemini elved. All right, catch you later, Necro. Not too much longer for this stream, but thanks for stopping by. But unfortunately, I think Necros is an F tier because it's rather unfortunate. But they're asking for a lot for way too little. And that's Dark Crisis, an interesting set. Not too many good cards, but I feel like there's a good chunk of like okay cards. I think that's probably what summarizes the set the best. That it's okay. Right? I think the primary big things are like like the S and A tiers, but the other stuff isn't like too bad. Even like the more bad stuff is a little bit more thought provoking. A little bit more like, okay, I could see someone opening a pack and like trying this out. I think than like previous sets were. But yeah, I think I'm gonna call that a stream. Thank you all for checking out, this and everything like that. Got some fun stuff up coming up. Possibly next week will be the Evasion Chaos stream. Just need to check on a few things and all that stuff. But the next here stream, obviously will be IOC as we continue the line of DM era sets. Hey, Xavier Wolf. So thank you all for joining, and until I see you all next time, have a wonderful day.